Motherfucker. Money on my motherfucking mind. Cut 5 haircuts at the same time. White gold pants, jet ski, Metawan. Foie gras bust of Albert Einstein. Get money.
Money at my motherfucking mouth. A mansion, a ranch, and a camp in a town. A motherfucking store with the floor made of scalps. Bobby from the block don't got rocks, he got Alps. Get money.
Money in a motherfucking jar. Shark fin pastry, summers on Mars. 20 motherfuckers in a levitating car. 747 full of women and cigars. Get money.
Money in a motherfucking pot. A castle full of cars and a yard full of yachts. A leopard with a mink and an arm full of clocks. All hand wound every day by a spot. Get money.
Motherfucker.
Gotta get my motherfucking money. Gotta get my motherfucking money. Gotta get.
Money is a motherfucking joke. 40 bald eagles sewn into a coat. Zoo with the crib, mermaid in the moat. Buy another strip mall every 8th note. Get money.
Money ain't a motherfucking bribe. It's a sport I invented to win when I watch. And own all the rights and the lights and the locks. Even own all the ice and the Sprite you just dropped. Get money.
Money of your motherfucking life. 2-ton angel carved out of ice. Alligator sailboat, $sign eyes. Fill a warehouse full of Van Goghs twice. Get money.
Money or your motherfucking heart. I could give it to my dog, he makes money when he barks. So put it in my fridge or in one of my parks that I bought so my robots could learn how to LARP. Get money.
Motherfucker.
Hey, what's up? How's everybody doing? Start off the screen. Got Arena starting up. Dooge, how you doing, buddy? Superman first. Nice. I heard that song that I just played for my intro music for the first time today, and I'm like, oh man, the lyrics are so ridiculous. 40 bald eagles sewn into a coat. I give money to my dog, so when my dog barks, money shoots out. Crack me up. How's everybody doing? Take my cat over to the vet for a checkup. Okay, hopefully it goes well. Yeah. I've been hearing multiple stories. I have multiple friends right now whose pets are ill or not doing super well, basically. Injuries and sicknesses and different things. Yeah, they're older pets as well, just like my friends. So yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully it goes well. It's just a checkup. It's not like your cat's having issues or anything, right? Like it's not. You're not taking her there because, or him there because, or she, taking her there because they're like sick or injured or something, right? The new podcast came out. Here, I will see if I can find it for you. It's been out, I think it was out yesterday. I don't even know. It was out yesterday on the podcast, podcatcher, whatever. But I think this, yeah, there you go. That's the link to the YouTube version. The YouTube version just came out, I think, yesterday or today. So trying to promote it, give it some love. Speaking of promoting, let people know we're about to set a goddamn record.
We're gonna have the greatest 24-hour stream that's ever been streamed on Twitch, starting tomorrow at 10 a.m. We're gonna set some records.
Right, Neo? You're a good boy, bud. Yes, you are. Okay. You a happy boy? Smile, bud. Oh, you happy? No? Neo, you want a treat? You want one of these? You want this thing, right? Okay. Here. Put some treats in there for him. Should take him a couple seconds to get through that. No issues? That's good. Hey, Mr. Hyde. Losing fur on her nose. Okay. Yeah, it could be just an old age thing. What's the deal with the new FF set? Are they new cards? Just reskin? Are they standard legal? Yeah, so they are standard legal. This is the first Universes Beyond set that's going to be standard legal, and which means every format. It's all format legal. That was the announcement they made last year. Aaron Forsyth, the vice president of Magic Design or whatever his position is called, said, going forward in 2025, Universes Beyond sets are going to be all format legal. So Final Fantasy is legal and standard. Spider-Man will be legal and standard, but that's a whole separate shit show that I don't really want to talk about. I've talked about it to death. I just wrote an article about it on MTG Circle about why I think the Universes Beyond sets, now that we're here and we're seeing what's happening, it's, I don't know. It feels bad for the game overall, but I just, I'm trying to be objective. I'm trying not to let my, biases come through and approach this objectively. I mean, from a sales perspective, it's a home run, right? I mean, Final Fantasy is the best-selling set of all time, Mr. Hyde. And it's already been the best-selling set of all time over a month ago, officially. And it's not released yet. It's like a game. It's like when people pre-ordered, Cyberpunk 2077, and it went platinum before it even released, right? It sold 1 million copies before it even released. That's crazy. So, this same kind of thing. Like they're knocking it out of the park. Hey, Charlie, what's up? 440. Holy shit balls. 440 stream streak. Charlie, the champ is here. You're dumb. You're not smart. You know why? Because now you're trapped here. What are you gonna do? Ever heard of sunk cost fallacy? You screwed up big time, Charlie.
Now you can never leave. Now you're bound to me, Charlie. What? You're just gonna throw away your glorious 440 stream streak record? Of course not. You're mine now, Charlie. Heart, body, and soul.
Seriously, I appreciate it. Thank you. Collector booster. Oh yeah. The price. I touch again on that in my article. I basically touch on 3 major issues with Universes Beyond, era sets. The price is the first one. The price, that's that's the attention grabber. That's the headline, Dugio, that you put on the top of the article that grabs people. $700 collector boxes. How about $1,200 collector commander sets for 4 decks? $1,200. I think they're $1,150, something like that. If you can even find one right now. This is US dollars. But that's not the real news. That's the headline. When you actually look at what a normal booster costs, because remember, there are play boosters. The collector boosters, $700. Hey, they're not for you. They're not for you, Dugio. Okay, if you can't afford it, it's not for you. Simple as that. Just like the serialized cards and blah, 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 on and on. Secret layers. So, what about the play boosters? Those are supposed to be for everybody. And right now, a box of play boosters is $170 US. For comparison, a box of TDM, Tarkir Dragonstorm, the last set that came out, never went over 130. Aetherdrift never cracked 120 for a box. So you're talking a 30% increase in price for the base product that you need if you want to play any competitive constructed format. Standard, Pioneer, Modern, it's legal in all the formats. That's rough. That's a big jump for a lot of players. And I'm hearing from people who are like, oh, I want to draft this so bad, but I've just got to save. I've got to I can only afford to do it once. I can't afford to draft every week. This set's like too expensive or whatever. I don't know if shops are putting up the prices of draft, but box prices are crazy right now. Joke's on me. Nice. Thank you, dude. About Pokemon cards. Yeah, so it's an issue. Price is one of the things. And the second issue, again, I speak about this in the article. Superman, what's up? This content is priceless. Okay. Enough.
Final Fantasy might be
Shut it down.
But this content is priceless.
Superman, no kryptonite will ever touch you. Not while you stay with me. How you doing? Thank you so much, man. 22 months. That means a ton. That's almost 2 years. You're about to get a new badge very soon. A sexy badge. I got to get new badges because now we've got people touching 5 years. I think I have a 5-year badge, but after that, I don't have anything lined up. Okay, so let's just, lots of stuff happening in Magic. Today, what I'm doing, let's bring it down to back to my little world here, my little bubble. I'm going to be doing this 24-hour stream tomorrow. So I'm getting a lot of feedback on this Reddit thread on limited resources. In the limited resources subreddit, I posted and asked people, do you think I can do it? Do you think it's possible? Forget about me. Like, let's say you don't even know me. What if I said a player with a 60% win rate in 24 hours, how high rank can they get starting at bronze 4? Gems are not a factor. They have unlimited funds. They can draft as many times. So they could draft, deck is shitty. They could drop from the draft, redraft, right? And then, let's add in now, sprinkle in a few other factors. The fact that I'm playing against a average higher skill level than on Arena, I would say. But also, that's kind of offset by the casual streamers. There's a bunch of streamers who don't normally play limited. They're not like limited grinders, but because it's free, they're going to get a couple drafts in, that kind of thing. It doesn't completely offset the Sam Blacks and the Reed Dukes and the, fucking Ham TVs and all that stuff of in the early access. But there's so many creators. I don't run into those kind of players a lot. I've played against all of them. Maybe multiple times. I think last time I played against Ham TV and Sam Black multiple times because they just happen to be streaming. Well, I'm streaming the whole time. So it doesn't matter when these people stream, they have a chance to run into me. So time wise, and people are like saying, well, like Jim Davis did it and like took him 23 drafts. And then people are giving their own personal anecdotes saying like, I went from, platinum to mythic, but I want to say like, hold up, what's your MMR? Is that a thing on the limited ladder? I think it is on the ranked ladder, best of one. So, these accounts have essentially fresh MMR as far as I know. So that helps, right? I mean, if I just start hot and I run well, that MMR should boost me in rank, right? I should jump quite a bit, I think. I think it's doable, but I know it's hard, and it's just funny to hear how people are torn. Some people, I think most people are skeptical because they don't, like, I have to be really good, and that's the unknown factor. Like, how am I going to draft? How is my mental state going to be after 20 hours of drafting, and I'm still trying to get there, like... So I'm telling people, like, 24-hour streams ain't shit. All right, I do 24-hour streams in my sleep. That makes no sense, but you know what I mean. And the MMR, yeah, your what is it called? I can't remember what it stands for. Your like something match. Your I can't remember. Look it up. It's a skill based ranking basically. So you have a hidden MMR basically, matchmaking rating. Okay, thank you, Dujo. That's it. Hey, Astrals, what's up? So the matchmaking rating is hidden on Arena on the ranked ladder. It only really comes into effect when you get to like Mythic and stuff. Other factors, who you get paired against is based on your geolocation, the time of day you're streaming, what time zone you're in, all these kind of things, right? But there's basically a list that it takes down. It tries to find somebody of the same rank as you with similar MMR. And then if it can, But when you get to Mythic, the numbers, then it's very MMR based. So if I'm ranked 5 on the Mythic ladder and I lose to somebody who's ranked 980, I drop like 200 spots. You know what I mean? But if I if I'm the 500th ranked player and I beat the first ranked player, I jump like a huge amount, right? This kind of stuff. And there's so many factors, but because I love this like little laboratory that we're doing this experiment in. The fact that they put us on a separate server with a fully stocked account with totally reset MMR and rank account, I think is perfect for this experiment. Like this is what, because all these other players who are like, oh, it took me this many matches to go from platinum to mythic or from whatever to mythic, so you're gonna take more than that, right? It's like, well, I don't know what your MMR is. I don't know how many opponents you played against that, I don't know how you play as a player. There's so many factors there, right? So this is the kind of the cleanest petri dish that we can create, and it's not even being custom created for me. I'm lucky I get early access, so this is the perfect time. One of us should do it, right? I mean, the people who are in this should do it, but I know a lot of people are like, fuck that 24-hour stream, are you crazy? Well,
joke's on you. I was built to stream. I was pieced together from chunks of lesser streamers.
A golem, a streaming machine. Okay, take it easy, Dujo. Good luck. Hopefully good news. Let me know. I'm doing good. Astrals, yeah, the podcast just came out. We missed you, dude. I was saying at the beginning, we've got so many new members on the team. it would be nice to. I was telling Ham, can we get 5 people in here? Like, can we do like a 5-person podcast? I don't know how smart of an idea that is. That could be a terrible idea, but I want to try it. I want to try it once. And but it's Ham that has to, like, do the overlay, get everybody's audio, set up, and he's just gonna have to play. He's like, I'm gonna play producer, and you just let you guys talk, and it's like, okay, yeah, that kind of sucks. I want his input too, but somebody's got to do it, I guess, right? So anyway, we could we could jam around in mixed up Premier Draft, but what we could also do here is go to Draft Sim and do a little practice draft of Final Fantasy here. So I don't normally put in any effort. I actually don't look at spoilers unless they're rare and mythic, just for constructed. You guys know what we normally do on my channel. I don't like spoiling the set. I like drafting it for the first time and seeing the cards for the first time. But in order to even have a chance of succeeding at this ridiculous challenge that I'm doing to myself, I think I should put in some effort to prepare for the format. So yesterday we did a few practice drafts of Final Fantasy. By the way, for those of you who don't know, Draft Sim is a pretty good little resource. You can draft any set you want for free. I'm pretty sure you can go back. Yeah, all sets you can simulate. It essentially simulates 3 packs, and you pick, and then you can deck build at the end, but then that's it. There are no games. You don't play against anybody, of course. But they try and, I guess, use the same organization. Like Wizards at the beginning will say, okay, in each pack is 1 mythic and 3 uncommon, and this, like, they'll tell you, and there's a mystery slot. Like, they include all that, the foils, like, it's all accounted for. That said, sometimes print runs get effed up, and that's something that this kind of thing can't account for. But assuming no weird nonsense with their print runs, this should be exactly like Final Fantasy. On Arena, it should be essentially identical to actual draft. The only problem is we're drafting with bots here, right? So it sucks, but because that aspect, I assume the bots kind of know what they're doing, but who the fuck knows? Listening to the podcast now, nice, Nano. Telling you 1 pip from Mythic, it would still be a great feat. Oh, I know, right? And you know what? Honestly, Nano, I'm not expecting to make it this time, because the more I we did a few drafts yesterday. The more I'm kind of like seeing the set come together, the more I'm realizing this is not an aggressive set. This is going to be a slow, limited format, and that means value engines and big build arounds and stuff like that. And that's not the kind of stuff that allows me to draft, right? Like, people online are like, dude, force aggro every draft, maybe you can do it. Well, if aggro is not very good, then forcing is not, even if it speeds up the whole process, I'm not going to win a lot, and that is going to be defeating. It's not going to allow me to accomplish what I want, right? So the whole 24-hour challenge thing, I think is doable, but you might have to have the stars line up and have it be an aggressive format. Like, imagine if this was All Will Be One or Brothers War, or more recently TDM. I mean, TDM, one of the top decks was white red aggro, right? I could just force white red. So what I'm going to do tomorrow, somebody asked on Reddit as well, what are your plans here? How are you going to approach this? And I said, honestly, like, I think the first thing I'm going to do is I have to figure out if aggro is viable. Is aggro does an aggro deck exist? What does it look like? What are the most important cards? And then maybe I try getting into that and forcing that every draft, or trying to. And if it's not open, then or I open another bomb, maybe I go another direction. But let's do a draft here. So I'm gonna try and zoom in a little bit so you guys can see, because this, I don't think untapped.gg will show you this, right? Van, Street Thief. What does this guy do? 3 mana, 2/2. Whenever one or more scouts, pirates, and or rogues you control deal combat damage to a player, exile the top card of that player's library. You may cast it if you don't make a treasure. Wow. That's very good. 3 mana, 2/2 is pretty shitty, though. Like, he's not going to be swinging in on turn 4 very often without help, right? Whenever you cast a spell you don't own, he gets... Oh, on each. He and whoever else gets bigger. He, of course, is a scout, so all this stuff triggers off himself. And then scouts, pirates, rogues. I don't think there's a ton of those cards here. I just like to use sealdeck.tech. Sorry for the white screen here. I have an extension to make it dark mode. Okay. Let's just go Final Fantasy full set. And then I'll filter by rogue. So we've got Thief's Knife makes it a rogue. Okay. There's Van. Lock Cole, a blue-black dude. So we've got only a couple. This is... I don't even know what that is. But this is super rare. You're never going to get these cards. This is like the special guest slot or whatever, right, in the set. Pirate? How many pirates are in this? Van, Ragavan is in the special slot. Captain Lannery Storm. So there's basically no pirates. Scout? Oh, this guy's a scout. Wow. Oh, that's a nice little thing. So if you can go Prompto Argentum into Van, that is nice. Because this guy's uncommon, but he ends up getting past. I mean, I've only done practice drafts, but I find the bots don't love him. I've passed them as well. Human Mutant Scout? I guess there's this guy, but if this guy's 3 mana, this is probably the best thing you can do with Van, right? Scout, Pirate, Rogue, yeah. And the Rogue was just Thief's Knife, basically. So a blue-red deck, you might end up with a couple, but they're all uncommons that build around this guy, right? So, does that mean I'm probably never first picking a card like this? It's just too low impact, right? I mean, if he gets through, you get to trigger him, but is he really going to get through? What do you think? I mean, Nano, you're right. I'd rather... Yeah. No, I think it's getting close like that would give me hope that the next time I could definitely do it if I got that close, right? Cart, how you doing? I'm excellent. Thank you, buddy. How's life? Hey, Rasta. Van seems kind of awful, yeah. But I think this is nice. Like when we do these kind of drafts, I can literally just jump over and go, oh, let me search for how many pirates. Oh, there's like no pirates, no scouts. There's like one other rogue, one other scout. They're both uncommon. So you probably just don't pick this guy, and maybe you see like the uncommons in the next couple packs. You end up in blue-red. This guy wheels. That's how he ends up in your deck, right? Let's look at the other cards. Gaius Van Baelsar. When he enters, choose one. Each player sacks a creature token, each player sacks non-token, or each player sacks an enchantment. Not the greatest. For 4 mana, double black, 3/2, like the body is not very good for the mana, and then oftentimes you're either sacking him to kill another creature. I mean, if you have a creature that's worse than a 3/2, then maybe you sack that, but that doesn't seem amazing unless you're making like lots of tokens or have some kind of sack theme going on, right? Making opponents sack their choice is not amazing, even if you can choose token or non-token. 7 mana, 7/7 trample, ETB, destroy artifact. It ETBs naturalizes or draws a card? Wow. That's very powerful. I could see, like, again, if this was a real draft and I'm just starting this format, I would take something like this and just see if I can build a ramp deck. Green-based ramp, and, you know, you could even be multiple, like, 3-4 colors if you're green-based, probably. Rescue mission seems decent. The Aerith rescue mission. 4 mana sorcery. You either... Oh, yeah, make 3/1/1s. Yeah, I had this yesterday. Yes, I think there is a good go-wide deck in this. And again, that could be a good aggro deck. There's a couple ways to pump your team. There's a couple of creatures, I think, that also pump your team. So yeah, this is one of the more important cards for that archetype, for sure. Yeah. 1 mana sorcery, fight... Remove a lore counter, but only from sagas you control, or put a counter on saga you control. Okay. I don't love that. It's still a fight spell, though. That's not terrible, but it definitely wouldn't be my first pick here. Renoa Heartilly. 5 mana 4/4. When she enters, create Angelo, a 1/1 green and white dog. Is he a Saint Bernard? Maybe he's like a Bernese mountain dog or something. Whenever Renoa Heartilly attacks, another target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature you control. Okay, so it automatically gets +3/+3, and then maybe you have more creatures. I mean, I'm never starting with a gold card here, pack 1, so I don't know. That's fine. I think like it's a 5 mana puts 5 power, 5 toughness on the battlefield across 2 bodies, and then has a relevant ability, but it's not when any creature attacks, she has to attack, and then she can't pump herself. So all she can do is give her dog +2/+2, or if you have another creature, you can give it +3/+3, right? Dragoon's Wyvern. is pretty good. That's just a solid blue common, you know, 2 pieces of cardboard for 3 mana, one of them flies. Fight On, I think, is pretty good. Instant speed, just 2 for 1, you know, get 2 creatures out of your yard. Obviously not the greatest draw early, but I like having one of these in my black decks, like almost every single black deck. Item Shopkeep, 2 mana 2/2. Whenever you attack, equipped creature gains menace, really narrow. Big green dork, but worse than the one that's up here, so we don't even consider it. There's Aerith's rescue mission. Aerith rescue mission could actually be the pick here. If you think that like a go wide aggro deck might be one of the better decks in the format, I could see taking it. Or the green card battle. Oh, this is Fatal Push. Oh wow, that's really good. Summon Anima, 6 mana 4/4. You draw a card, lose life, draw a card, lose a life, draw a card, lose a life. And then they sack a creature of their choice and lose 3 life. That's interesting. I guess, do you get to sack this to its own trigger before the saga goes away? I can't remember how sagas work. When they trigger, the trigger goes on the stack, but the saga is still in play, right? I think you can actually sack this to itself. Am I crazy? That's pretty gross. Yeah, that is a good one. Very expensive. But draw 3 in the late game. I mean, when you're playing this, it's going to be late game, right? 6 mana. So you're going to be playing this on turn 7, turn 8, whatever. And at that stage of the game, you often have like 1 card in your hand. Your opponent has 1 card in their hand. You play this, and you start pulling away with the game, right? The draw in the late game is what lets one deck just suddenly go way over the top of the other deck and crush them, right? Fatal Push is Fatal Push. That is amazing. Yeah. Yeah, I think there's a cheap token deck. I think that's definitely a thing. Let me catch up with you guys. Rescue Mission's Deece. Fatal Push is great. Gaius could be great in a deck where you sack tokens. Yeah, or Gaius. I think, yeah, but that's not a payoff. Like, again, you're not wrong. Like Rasta, that is the home for this, but that's not what makes you take this. You don't take it because it's got a home. You don't take it, you know, you have to take the payoffs first, right? Take some, like a key piece of that archetype. This guy is not a key piece of the sack deck, right? The cards that let you sack repeatedly, like the sack outlet is really good, or the payoffs for sacking, the little things that die and do something or whatever it is. But you know what I mean? So I would never take Gaius here. I would take either Colosseum Behemoth is bananas, but 7 mana, Summon Anima 6 mana. I like black a lot in this format, but then there's Fatal Push. You're passing Fatal Push. I think it's between those 3. What would I take here? I kind of see, and if it was my first draft, I would probably take this. I just want to see. I think this is a slow format, and I think this is a good card. But, you know, and this is what I was saying about forcing aggro. Imagine I'm trying to force aggro. What do you take here? Maybe, I guess it would be Aerith Rescue Mission. But each opponent sacks, though. You don't need to sack it. Oh, it's each opponent? Oh, I thought it was each player. My bad. This guy's each player. Yeah. You're right. Yeah, that's very good. And a 4/4 menace the whole time. The fact that it has 4 chapters means it's actually attacking twice, right? You get 2 attacks with this. A lot of the other 3 chapter creatures, they get 1 swing and they die. This guy gets 2 swings with menace. That is pretty good. I think I would take this first pick over Fatal Push. Man. Ugh. Bolt. Man. Ugh, I don't know. It's so hard to pass Fatal Push. But if it's a grindy format, I think I want the grindy card. I would take draw 3. And then it's like a 4-for-1, right? Like this is just, you draw 3 cards and then they lose a card. And you spent 1 card. So it's like a 4-for-1. I would start with that. That does seem ridiculous. Moogle's Valor. For each creature you control, make a 1/2 white Moogle. Damn. So had you taken Aerith's Rescue Mission, this would be a bananas follow-up, right? Because if you're going wide, this doubles the size of your board for 5 mana. Like, obviously that's not great if you have 1 creature, but if you have 3-4 creatures, that's crazy. Instant speed, like on their turn, they go to attack you, whatever you play this, you line up, all your creatures get indestructible, you just eat a bunch of their creatures, untap, swing. Filthy. It's almost impossible to beat that swing. But, you know, had I taken Aerith there, I probably would take this. Now, I'm not so sure. Travel the Overworld. Draw 4? I love that, but affinity for towns. There's got to be some kind of multicolored town deck. And you know that's the thing people are going to be drafting in early access. That kind of silly stuff, right? Magitech armor's pretty good. I think this is a solid white 4-drop. And then there's Lock Cole. This guy's good. It reminds me, it's very reminiscent of Tomebound Lich, right? Same casting cost, one more point of power, same abilities, Death Touch, Lifelink, and then when it damages them, draw a card, discard a card. But the Lich had ETB, draw, discard a card, which is better. The Lich is better than this, but it's close. Lich was very powerful. If you ever played with that card in Limited, you know how good Tomebound Lich was. So this is close. I think this is good. I have a black card. I would take this here. What else? Haste. 2 lands. Like town cultivate, basically. There's -2/-2. Sack a creature, give -6/-6. That's solid removal spell. Whoa. And there's X Death, which is solid. Vincent's Limit Break is meh. I'm not a big fan of this. 2 mana. If the creature dies, it blinks and comes back. Make it a 3/2. Like what are you casting this on, a 1/1 to get it to be a 3/2? For 3 mana it becomes a 5/2, and then yeah, 5 mana it becomes a 7/2. Well, if I was gonna take a gold card, I would have to decide between X Death and Lock. I think Lock is better. I think Death Touch Lifelink is better, especially in a deck that wants to get to the late game and, you know, bury you in card advantage. This guy gaining you 3 life is fine, but when he flips, he's not that impressive. Like 3 toughness is not great. Maybe he has, you know, big power, but he's just trading with a smaller thing, and you're getting in some damage when he attacks, right? What do you guys think here? Life deck where Gaia serves a purpose, sacks tokens where you gain life? I don't know. Maybe. I haven't seen. There is a creature that gains you a life when a creature dies. There's like a Zulaport Cutthroat kind of creature in this format. It's a 3-drop, I think. But I think it's push. Yeah, you're probably right, but I would try Anima here. Oh, you're right that yeah, because Fatal Push is a special guest card, you're probably not ever seeing a card like that again, but Death Touch is nasty, yeah. You take Lock, yeah. Green looks okay too, like blue better so far. Yeah, blue looks, I had a couple blue decks yesterday. Oops. Sure. They gotta earn their money somehow. I think I would take Lock too. I think, like I said, for the reasons I mentioned, I think it fits better in a more controlling deck like this. I think it's just a better card. Death Touch lets it trade up. This isn't trading up. Unless it flips, and that's a maybe, right? So take the blue gold card here. We get past a green mythic. Damage isn't removed from this creature during cleanup steps. It's not amazing. It takes damage, the damage stays, and then it gets, yeah, but when it dies, it gives you 10 treasure. 2 mana 0/4 flyer, put a land on the battlefield, and then, you know, it can pump up equal to towns. Cargo ship cares about artifacts. This I've found to be, reads mediocre to me, but Heck Dies is not bad. You know, it gets its card back right away. This is just a, you know, fine black card. There's also blue, you know, removal spell here. If I am controlling, maybe I take blue removal. There's the 2 mana Ramper, I think is okay. That's going to be one of the better green commons. I think I would probably just take the Aura here and lock down creature. I bet you Heck Dies Wheels. I end up seeing it. Well, the way these bots draft, they aren't taking this super highly. Vanille. Cheerful Ilse? I don't even know how to say that. When she enters mill 2, return a permanent from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, that's pretty good. Beginning of your main phase, if you both own and control her and a creature named Fang, you can meld them. Wow. Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't mean to. No. Can I go back? Oops. I didn't mean to click on her. My bad. I wanted to see the other side of the card. I don't know if you can do that on here. Whoops. I don't know what I would have taken. Anyway. Summoner's Sanctum. Wow, not seeing much black here. Fire Magic. There's the Gardener. I'm seeing some green here. 2 mana until end of turn. Creature gets +1/+0, and when it dies... Oh, wow. Pump another creature. Okay. Not seeing blue or black. I would probably take a green card or a red card. Fire magic is interesting, but it's still not amazing. I mean, even for 3, there's so many high toughness creatures in this. I don't know what you're killing. I would probably take the Gardener here. But you're not alone, this one? The pump spell? Yeah, but yeah, if you're going wide, if you're playing a bunch of those Aerith Rescue Mission type cards, then this gets better. But the problem with things like this is they require you to be in a situation where you're already winning the game, Rasta. So we call those like win mores, basically. When you're paying 1 mana for +2/+2, that's not good. That's not a good combat trick. You would never put this in your deck. So you really want to be paying 1 mana for +4/+4. Okay, now it's better than Giant Growth. That's a real card now. But it requires you to have at least 3 or more creatures. That's already, you should be in a good spot if you've got 3 or more creatures. So, you know, like when you don't have 3 or more creatures, this is a bad card, but that's when you need your cards to be good. And then when you're already winning, like, do you really need this if you already have a bunch of creatures? Like, that's where, you know, so is there spots where it's good? Yes. Never pick this. Let this go around, and you pick it up with 2 cards in the pack or 3 cards. That's where it's going to show up almost every pack. So that's what you should think about a card like this as, I think. You take it at the end of the pack. Never before like pick 9 or 10 or 11 or whatever, I think. But Stin, what's up? Yeah, 10 treasure, right? Off the big guy. I don't think that big guy's great. Let's just take a green card here and see what happens. I would take this guy. The Emperor of Palamecia. Tap to make blue-red. Spend it only to cast the non-creature spell. 2 mana, 2/2. Whenever you cast non-creature spell, if at least 4 mana was cast, yes, counter on this. 3 or more counters, it transforms into the Lord Master of Hell. Okay. 3/3. When the Lord Master of Hell attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent, X number of non-creature. Interesting. Okay. Blitzball shot. This is a much better combat trick, I think, than the white one. +3/+3 and trample. That could be really good in a big green deck. Fight on. This guy sucks. This card sucks. These cards are all really bad here. I think Fight On's the best one. I would probably take the dual land here. And see where we go. Excalibur 2. 1 mana. When you gain life, put a charge counter on it. Equipped creature gets +1. Too much work. Way too much work. Dreams is okay. I think you really only want to play this if you're doing a blue-red spells thing, but Sultai, yeah. Overprotect, yeah, I think it's not bad. Yeah, people thought it was going to be bad. I mean, in red, we had, what was the one in red? It was almost the same thing. It was like +3/+3 instant speed trample for 2 mana, and it was very good. It was better than people expected it to be. So I have more respect for that kind of card now, but it depends on the format, and it depends what color it is, and, you know, yeah, depends on a lot of things. What would I take here? This is not a great pack. Dreams? I don't think, like, this is a sack card. I'm not doing sack stuff. At least all the cards I've taken are not pointing me in that direction. So what am I taking? I would just take Dreams here. That pack is weak. Here I would take the black removal spell. That's a good sign. If you get the -2/2 with this few cards in the pack. And then Gaia's Wheels, Fight On, Fatal Push Wheels. Okay. Well, I guess the bots don't really understand what they're doing. And then green card's wheel. Oh, this is instant speed. Oh, I didn't realize that. Wow. That's kind of interesting. Big Dork or just another removal spell? I guess there's X Death at this point, but I'm probably black-green. I don't know. Yeah, I would probably take him there. Sure. Ether. Cornered by black mages is not great. Oh, Fight On's good. Yeah, Cornered by black mages is another one that I don't think is that amazing, but There he is. Man, this is going to be such a weird card when you open it and you're like, oh my god, am I committing to mono black here? Like, I don't know. Is this worth it? If you open this and you know, like you're already half black here, like I'm in black kind of. It didn't really get past me in pack 1 a lot, but oh, this is Fang? This is the one that goes with Vanille, right? Is that it? Fang, yeah. Oh, I thought it was like a pet or something. Her name was Fang. I thought she was a wolf or something. She's a human. So the human warrior and the human cleric, what do they turn into? Why can't I see this? I can't see what she transforms into. It's awkward. I can see what this guy transforms into, but not her. The meld, I guess because they needed both cards to make the image. I have no idea what that card turns into. Laguna's okay. It's okay. I think it would be, you know, it's really a blue-red card, but people who thought this game was satanic, then I'm in shambles. Oh, I know. And Lord Master of Hell's only a 3/3? What? 30 years ago, I was playing with the Lord of the Pit, and I tell you, when that card comes down, it looks like the Lord of the Pit. It's big, and it was, you know, it was an epic creature. The Lord of Hell is the 3/3? I could beat him up. Zodiark's hard to remove, right? But like that mana cost is hard to pay. So is it worth it? He's got a great ETB, right? He even like gets a couple cards off them sometimes, like eats half their creatures. But he's 5 goddamn mana. Cactuar. Nice. One mana, 3/3 trample. Is there a dude that gives everybody haste? Thank you, Elena. Gatherer. Holy crap, that took a while. This is what it turns into. Ragnarok Divine Deliverance. 7/6 Vigilance, Menace, Trample, Reach, Haste. That's quite good. When he dies, destroy target permanent, return target Ned longevity. Wow. Okay, so he is very insane. I would think so with how hard it is. These are both uncommons and they're not great. 4 mana 3/2 regrowth, and then this one is a 3 mana 2/3. Whenever one or more creatures leave your graveyard, draw a card, lose a life. Like that does nothing. That said, you will wheel this. So if you do find a vanille early, you will probably get whichever Fang gets opened in your pod, right? Nobody wants this crap. So you're going to get it. I'm not going to take it here. I'll wheel it. Even the bots know to stay away. What would I actually take here? What is this? Godo Bandit Warlord. My god. Oh, these mystery, whatever they're called, slots are going to be ridiculous. Library of an old equipment card. Yeah. Gilgamesh from the Bible. Like, this is the old Final Fantasy names are so dumb. Summon Choco. Yeah, a bunch of nonsense here. This was pretty good. I think I've seen stuff like this be good. I don't know. Would I take Zodiark here? Would I end up... Can you... Like, people are going to be doing this. The other issue is it's rare, not mythic. So if you're not the only one who opened it, like, what if another player opened it in pack 1 and just started taking... And you got... That's why pack 1, we didn't see a lot of black. Now I open it and I take a couple more black cards and then, you know, one of us... We're both going to get screwed, right? So I think it would be... I think it's a trap. I think it's a trap. I think... Even if you open it pack 1, you better hope nobody else opens it and gets a crazy idea because they're like in half black, half something else, right? But yeah, it's ridiculous, Rasta, I know. Taram, how you doing, by the way? He super swings the game. I think mono black is probably viable. Right, but like, you see the drawbacks though, right? Like, what if you how many people can or how many drafters can be mono black and have their decks still come together? Not many. Usually, if there's even one person who's monocolored, it means most of the other table avoided that color, and that's rare, right? Like, let's be honest, that is rare. That's what it takes to be a monocolored deck and have your deck be good in limited. Like, there's no reason to force monocolor ever. You're doing yourself a big disservice, I think, by doing that. Because you're going to get cut. Like, you're going to have at least 2 other drafters fighting over black cards with you. And, you know, yeah, I don't know. You're going to have to play every single black card you draft. Like, even the garbage ones, like Resentful Revelation or whatever. Like, that's some artifacts that you don't want to play just to make it work. Like, your deck's going to be bad, right? So, I don't pick one. I think it's still risky. I don't know at what point you play this card. I mean, if you're already like basically mono black and just nobody's drafting black and you're getting wheel stuff on the wheel and you're just basically all black except 2 cards, then you can take this in pack 2 or 3. I could see that, but at least you have to let the table demonstrate that they are drafting in this way, and it's going to allow you to do this. If you don't have any information, and you know there could definitely be a couple other black drafters here, you can't take that card, right? I think that's where I'm ending up on it. I don't think it's good. Thank you, dude. I'm doing well. Appreciate it. Quest for top 250. And oh, yeah, right. Yeah, we were wondering about that. And you got there. Nice. Good, good. How you doing, Jason, by the way? Good, good. Treasure Maker's black creatures. Yeah. You mean the god? Yeah, Treasure Maker. Okay. Yeah, treasures can get you there. That's fair. Yeah, if you have a bunch of ways to make treasure, I could see that. I don't need my headphones. I don't need that. It just beeped in my ear saying like it's turning off or whatever. Okay. So what do you take here then? Is kind of what I'm saying. Like if we're not going to take Zodiark, like the other black cards are bad. The green cards are not great. Chocobo Kick is what? A punch? And you can return a land you control to your hand to kick it. Target creature deals damage equal to its power. Yeah, I would just take this. And if it's kicked twice that day, yeah, that is actually a really... Oh, it's sorcery speed, though? Still a decent removal spell. I would almost certainly take this here. I'm going to wheel Fang, and I probably wheel Zodiark. I don't know. The bots are... Who knows? But I would take Chocobo Kick. You take Ahriman? But, yeah, just as a 3-2... Or a 3-mana 2-2 Death Touch. Like, defensive kind of... flying dude, because the sack is not gonna do anything in a deck like this, right? We're not sacking any of our stuff for value or anything. I think the kick is better than Ahriman. Am I crazy? The change to the Saga enchantment creatures when FF gets released. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Nothing really changes. The only difference is if the creature, like let's say you have Summon Choco here, it's a 3/3 and it's ticking down, it's on chapter 2, let's say it's on chapter 3, and your opponent casts a spell like a blue aura, you know, like from the last set, what is it? Legitimate business person. You know, a card. Oh, what? Really? Did I spell it wrong? Really? Anyway, whatever. You know what those cards do? It's an aura that says, okay, now your creature loses all abilities and it's a 0/2 or it's a 1/1 or whatever, right? Like there's been a bunch of these kind of cards, right? Duskmourn had one. I don't know if there's anything like that in this set, but it's more for constructed and stuff. So if you have one of these sagas and you play an enchantment on it, because it's a creature, it can have an aura put on it. You put an aura that says creature loses all of its abilities, becomes a 0/1 or whatever. As soon as it does that, this saga part will stop ticking up. And the creature will not get sacrificed. It'll sit there and wait. And as soon as it gets its abilities back, maybe the enchantment goes away somehow or gets bounced or whatever, then it'll keep ticking and eventually get sacrificed. The way it was worded previously or the way it worked before, because Urza's Saga and stuff in Modern is really the big card that this matters with. You know, if Urza's Saga gets turned into a 1/1 legitimate business person or whatever, then it would still keep ticking up and eventually die, even though it doesn't have any abilities. They changed it so that now if a creature that's a Saga creature loses all of its abilities, it loses the ability to get lore counters and trigger. It wouldn't trigger anyway, but it wouldn't kill itself when it gets the maximum lore counter. That's it. Oh, it's witness protection. Yeah, legitimate business person is the token. Yeah. You know what I'm saying. Something like that, right? That's why the ruling is, that's what they changed. So that's it. It's a good thing. It just made it better because it should be, you know, that's how it should be. Like if the creature is a Saga creature and it loses its abilities, the Saga should stop ticking up. It doesn't have that ability anymore, right? That's not the way it was before. But I know in the podcast, Favretto initially, I think he read it wrong. He thought that the creatures, when the Saga finishes ticking up, they don't die. And I was like, no, what? I'm like, but it says sacrifice after 4 right on the card. I'm like, that can't be And then he's like, am I reading? And we went back and looked, and yeah, which I've done many times, you know, like I've read things and went, well, I think it works like this. And then in action, I'm like, wait, what? And I go back and go, oh, it's like one tiny little, you know, it's so small things that can totally change the way a card works. Like the wording, or I missed one word. It's opponent, or it's all players, or it's whatever, you know? Anyway, that's it. That's the change. Yeah, is it Cactuar? Cactuar seems terrible. You're never attacking with it. At the beginning of your end step, if this creature didn't... Wait, what? At the beginning of your end step, if this creature didn't enter the battlefield this turn, return it to its owner's hand. What? So every second turn, it bounces, right? So the first turn you play it, it did enter the battlefield this turn. It doesn't bounce. So you get to attack with it, and then it bounces back to hand on your end step. So it won't be able to block the next turn. You play it, it's summoning sick. You attack. So he gets to attack like once every 4 turns, like twice every 4 turns, kind of. Yeah, that's not great. I think I would take Chocobo Kick here. I think it's the best card in the pack. Ahriman's good too, but I don't think it's going to be great in our deck. I don't know. And I bet you there's a higher chance of wheeling that than Chocobo Kick, but... Anyway. Oh, yeah, sometimes you're right. I mean, 3 mana is a lot. You're not leaving that up to, like, you know, get value off your opponent's removal usually, but... Yeah, there's going to be times where you can randomly do the thing. It's not bad, you're right. I think I would rather take the punch first and then pick up some Death Touch creatures after. I feel like the Death Touch creatures are more likely to wheel, or at least be passed to you, than the removal spells, but that's usually the way it is. People really prioritize removal for good reason. 4 mana Trample. Here's a great sack outlet. This is one of the sack outlets that I would take and go into, you know, black-red or something early. Now I'm not so sure we can do that, but... So sack another creature or artifact, becomes a vehicle, +1/+1 counter. So it immediately becomes a 5/5 trample swinging. That's pretty powerful. But you need a steady stream of food. Artifact or creature? I mean, this is the kind of cheap artifact that, you know, you could do with that kind of thing. Are there green creatures? There are a few green creatures that pump out a little token and stuff, right? I'm pretty sure. I think I would take Phantom Train here. This clown wheels again. Wait, is this another one? Oh, this is a different one. Jeez, this thing is not great. 8 mana, 8/20. With Ward 3, so it's kind of hard to kill, but every time it takes damage, it keeps stacking up and up and up and up. Doesn't have trample. And then the 10 treasure tokens, like Stin said, seem silly, because who cares at that point? You're not gonna, you have 2 cards in hand, maybe 1. You know, you're not, this is 8 mana, for God's sakes. I would take Phantom Train. Maybe? No, I think there's at least one other one. I think there wasn't there one in Aether Drift? I think there was one in Aether Drift that made you sack something to attack. Jecht. Ugh. Like the female vampire in What We Do in the Shadows, her boyfriend's name. Ugh. She's like dated all these, you know, generals and like kings and princes all throughout history. And then the current guy she's dating is this guy named Jeff. And she can't pronounce his name because she's from, like, you know, Romania or whatever. So she just hates saying his name. That's how I imagine it's spelled. 4 mana, 4/3 with Menace. When he deals combat damage to a player, flip it into a 7/7 Menace. Each opponent discards and you draw. That is very good. Does that twice. That you attack 1 time with this, and then it dies, and then they sack. That is very good. But you gotta hit them. I still would take that here. I think I would take that. This guy, I think, is actually really good, too. Lots of black cards here. Chocobo Racetrack. Whenever a land you control enters, make a 2/2 bird with landfall +1/+0. I don't love do nothings for 5 mana, but I like Jech. I would take probably here. You've never seen one before? Yeah. I think there's a couple. I remember one from OG Kaladesh, I think, as well, but yeah, I think he's good. Yeah, Menace gives him something. I don't love his toughness, but you know, he gets easily double blocked. But you know, again, if you're black and you have some right. If you have some cheap removal and stuff, you're probably getting in there. Or something like this kind of helps with that. Ooh, Midgar. Sack an artifact or creature if you do draw 2 cards for 3 mana. Or it's a swamp. That is very good. It basically lets you play like 24 spells in your 17 land deck. It's really nice. I love the DFC, MDFC, whatever they're called, lands. They were awesome in Limited. I just love playing like, you know, 17 lands, but like a bunch of them are spells. So you're like 17 lands, 26 spells. Awesome. That's awesome. Fenrir. Search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield tapped. So 3 mana shitty, you know, overpriced rampant growth, but it's a 3/2. When you next cast a creature spell, that creature enters with an additional counter, and then draw a card if the control the creature with the highest power type with the greatest power. And then it kills itself. God, it's so weird that, yeah, you spend mana on these cards, and then like they get to attack once, and then it dies. I mean, it's not even really going to be doing too much attacking as a 3/2. And, you know, if they want to trade off, they can just stop you from getting all the value. You want to let it tick up and kill itself, right? I think it being a creature just basically gives your opponent a chance to not let you get all the value. Like, they can actually stop you from getting all the full value from your sagas. I don't even think you're ever attacking with stuff like this. You're just hoping they don't kill it. So you're leaving it back. It's interesting. I could see that being a good card in Limited. The white-black 2/2 menace. Whenever another creature or artifact you control dies, put a counter on this. Not amazing. I mean, that's just a hard-to-cast angry townsfolk or whatever, right? With menace. Not crazy about that. I think I would take the land here. I think his toughness is fine. You're right. There's a lot of 1 power 4 toughness dudes. That is true. I think 4 is the magic number for power on a creature. I think if it's a 4 power or greater, that is just such a huge head and shoulders above all the other creatures, because you can just plow through those 4 toughness blockers, right? I think it's just like spells. I think any spell that's non-creature that costs 4 is just automatically like kind of a higher priority in this format because of all the cards that care about that. I would take Midgar here. I think this is a great pickup. Esperamu. 4 mana, 3/3. When ETBs deal damage equal to the number of non-creature non-land cards in your graveyard. Jeez. So many, like the blue-red spells deck, I think is going to be really good. I see so many good cards for that in this. Is this Lightning Bolt? Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. Well. 3 mana, 3/3 with reach. And then you equip it later. That's not bad. I think Bard's Bow is actually pretty good. I mean, honestly, I'm thinking of just ditching green at this point, but can I? I don't even think I can. I'm probably not playing blue. I could ditch green and be red-black. I mean, this is Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt's coming, yeah. Probably the best card here for your deck to meet your colors. Which one? The Treasure Maker. This guy? I mean, yeah. Or Bard's Bow, one of those. Like, I don't want to take another 4-drop, but I honestly have, like, I'm not even halfway through pack 2 here. I'm thinking of just audibling to red. My green cards are not great. I've got a fight spell. I've got the, whatever the hell this is called. The 2 mana ramper, the 3 mana 3/3, and this thing, regrowth. I would just take, if this was a real draft and I got Lightning Bolt pick, what am I, pick 4? I would take Lightning Bolt here and be like, okay, they're telling me what to do. But you're right, in my colors currently it would be one of these, but I'm not necessarily locked in. I don't know, am I derailing my draft? It's nice that we're practicing, because, you know, there's no punishment for this, but I should just assume that real players would take this. I don't know what the bot's deal is. They don't seem to notice what these cards are. whatever they're called. Special guests. It's actually interesting between these two. I'm not sure which one's better. I think Bard's Bow is better than Namazu Trader. I think you probably get this more often at the end of the pack than you do this. But I could be wrong. How many picks before one can consider it locked in? That's very hard to answer because there's no right answer there. It depends on the draft. It depends on what you've taken so far. You know, by the some like kind of rough rules, like framework that you should operate within, I think is number one, by the end of pack 1, you should know one of your colors for sure. You should have one of your colors locked in pretty much for sure after pack 1. But as far as your second or third or fifth colors, like how many colors you play and how much, that like you can audible in pack 2. It's not the end of the world. But there has to be a reason. There has to be a good reason. Like if yeah, something like really powerful like this gets passed, I don't know. I think this is pack 2. I think I would take I would audible, but I'm gonna ignore this because I think it's just the bots don't know what the hell they're doing, right? Yeah. Yeah, Treasure's definitely less valuable, and like Surveil 2 is not draw a card. It's close, but I don't know. I feel like just taking a cheaper play is better here. Or just audibling. Because my green is not that amazing. There's no card right now that I'm playing that's green that makes me want to stay green. My black cards are much, much better than my green cards. So black is like the core of what we're doing here. Phantom Train. I'm not sure. Red is not going to give us access to more... Like, it'll give us more removal and more aggressive stuff. Reject. That's tough. I'm not sure if this was a real draft. That's a tough spot. Maybe I think Bard's Bow is the safest pick here. I think it's the cheapest card that is still effective that could go in our deck. And then it's Trader, and then it's Lightning Bolt's high risk, high reward, right? Yeah, that's a Lightning Bolt, yeah. They're both not amazing. 3 mana 3/3 though, and then I sack the token. The equip 6 is crazy, but +2/+2, that's relevant in the late game, giving stuff +2/+2 to push through board stalls and stuff. But green black during last pack said only white 4 cards and easy to switch out. Yeah, sure, exactly. Like yeah, if you've only got a small number of cards, like you could even switch in pack 3, right? That's why I'm saying there's no real hard and fast rule for that. But it's tough to know when, because if you switch and then it doesn't go your way, you train wrecked. Like that's it, you're done. I'm gonna do it just for fun. Should I? I mean, we're seeing another really powerful red card here that doesn't really go in my deck. I would let's take the bow. We'll be safe. Final Days is awesome. 2 2/2s for 4, and then when you flash it back for 6, it makes X 2/2s, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Yeah, that's quite good. Bane's Treachery is good here. I think this is going to be okay. I don't want another one of these guys. Evil Reawaken, creature card from your battlefield, from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's not as good as any graveyard, but probably better than everything else in the pack here. 1/1 Death Touch, and then it gets pumped later. Death Touch creatures are good with fight spells like Chocobo Kick. And good defensive card if I'm going to do slow grindy stuff here like with Anima. But Evil Reawaken's pretty powerful. Only creature can come back, huh? I don't have anything good enough to really bring back here right now. I don't know, I might end up cutting that. Marlborough. Nothing else really good for us here. And there's the God Wheeling. So at this point, I've taken a bunch more black cards. I would take this, and again, Fang Wheel too, like I said. And Ahriman, which we could take. Fang combos with Vanille. When does it trigger? At the beginning of your first main phase. At the beginning of your first main phase. So you have to play both, and you have to have them both on the battlefield, pass the turn, and then get the turn back with neither of them dying, with your opponent able to read. If your opponent is literate, that's never going to come together, right? Never doing that. I would take Zodiark here and try and force black. Ramen. Ooh, Dire Rat solid. Matter. Raider. So I would start by, let's sort by color here. I would start by cutting the green cards. Okay. Oh, and we open Dark Confidant? My curve's a little high here. I've got 2 5s, 2 6s. Dark Confidant could be rough, but I think I would definitely slam it here. Water Crystal is the foil. Yeah, I would take Dark Confidant. Maybe wheel a rat. Not great. Again, if we commit to monocolored here, I'd still play another color, but yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think Death Touch is going to be really good. So Ahriman is probably better than I think it is. And you know, again, if you're black green, it's ideal because the fight spells, punch spells are so good. That's interesting. Could take a ramper here. Like again, this is where I could just keep taking black cards and be mono black. Lightning, 3 mana, 3/2, first stripe, trample, lifelink. Wow. Until your next turn. Oh my god. So if you attack with this guy on other creatures, because he has first strike and trample, if they block him with anything less than a 3 toughness creature, this guy hits first, does damage, then all of your other creatures do double damage immediately. Bang. On the next damage step. That's crazy. It's very powerful. God, if I open that, I will force aggro every draft and maybe get there. I would take Ahriman here. This is interesting, the ramp. I don't really know what we're ramping into here, but if I want to do the mono black thing, I don't know. There's going to be a lot more mono black drafters in this format than any other format in memory because of this idiot at rare. Cecil? 1 black, 2/3 death touch. That is very good. When Cecil does damage, you lose that much life. Then if your life total is less than or equal to half your starting life total, untap and transform it into a 4/4 lifelink. Whenever he attacks, other attacking creatures gain indestructible. Wow, I love that design. That is very cool. So a 1 mana 2/3, but that damages you and your opponent. But as soon as you get to 10 or less, he flips into 4/4 lifelink. Is that good? Could take the artifact creature here. Again, let's assume I'm trying to draft mono black now. I guess I'll take this. I mean, he's probably going to trade for something else, right? Because if you're at less than 10, your opponent's probably at less than 10, right? Unless they're an aggro deck. You think he's super good? I think he's interesting. I think he could definitely blow up in your face if you're not careful. Things don't go your way. Like, you put yourself to 10, and then they kill this. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I would take it here. If I'm trying to do the mono black thing, I would, but... Yeah, 1 mana 2/3 death touch black creature, but it damages you as well as your opponent. Whenever it does damage, so if your opponent blocks it with a creature, you still take damage. They don't, right? Kind of interesting. But death touch means he's always trading for a card. It's just, you're probably going to lose like 2 or 4 life off this guy, and then he's just going to get eaten by something, trade for something. So, I don't know. We'll see. I think it's interesting, but I don't know how good it is. Brainstorm. I would take the removal spell here. Second Treachery is great. Black Mage's Rod, I think, is actually good. Take that over a bunch of other stuff. And Hectice, okay. There's only 1 black card in each pack that I actually wouldn't mind playing, so that's what I mean. We're going to eventually cornered by Black Mages. Probably take the Rod here. E-mana make them sack a creature is pretty bad. I think I would take the Rod here. Another Ahriman over those two. Yeah. So we end up with, you know, we end up with a mono black pile here. Let's swap. Oh wait, no. Swap. Sort by CMC. There we go. So that would be the deck. Wait a minute. How much? This is 25? This is 25 with one land. So I would have to cut one, maybe just the instant ramen. I have one trader. This isn't the worst. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ugh. I didn't realize we had triple rat. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You know, we only have 11 creatures. 12, I guess, with anima. No, sorry, 13. 13 creatures, but Final Days is a creature. Phantom Train becomes a creature. Yeah, this makes a creature. Both Black Mage's Rods make creatures. So we actually end up with like 17 or 18 creatures here. Decent removal. Not a lot of unconditional, though. Fatal Push, Double Treachery, but no, you know, destroy any creature kind of removal. So we're soft to big stuff, which is awkward. Cornered by Black Mages, hopefully does something there. And Evil Reawakened, I'm not even sure if I want to play this, because I don't have a ton to bring back with it, right? Like, I don't love reanimating a 2-drop or a 3-drop. I want to reanimate something huge. This guy is fun to reanimate, I guess. Anyway, so you end up mono black here, and it's because Zodiark wheeled, and yeah, we end up actually drafting a black deck. So kind of interesting. You know, we could keep doing this, but I'm starting to think the bots are not amazing here. But yeah, I'm kind of doing it to get a feel for the format. You know what I mean? Yeah, you need to deal damage to flip. I think Cecil is good, but oh, you meant the 2/3. Yeah, the 2/3 also needs to do damage in order to trigger. Yeah, you're right. Wow, black rare, 2 black uncommons. What would you take in this pack? 3 mana 2/4 with jump during your turn. So 3 mana 2/4 flying on your turn. When he deals combat damage to a player, he's flying, so high chance of that happening. That player gains control of Kane. If they do, you draw that many cards, create that many. Wow. And then they do the same to you? Oh my god. Traitorous Dragoon. I don't think I would take that card here. I think that's kind of a trap. I mean, you need a lot of removal or something. You hit them, you get a big value bump, but then you got to kill Kane, because if you don't, but it gives you tapped treasure. So I don't know. You 2-for-1 yourself, basically. No, I don't see it. Yeah, I think I tend to side with Cart. I think Cart. I'm on the same page. I think not Cart. Cecil is a very dangerous card. You really have to know what you're doing, and in a lot of situations, I don't think it's going to be ideal. But yeah, I agree. I would not take Kane here. I think that kind of it's a rare. It's got to be good, right? Trap is something that people really have to avoid, especially in a set like this with so many legendaries and so many like iconic stuff, and you're like, oh, it's Tifa or it's whatever, like it's got to be good, right? I don't know. No, not always. Final Days is awesome. Could definitely take that. Side quest here is just 5 mana removal spell, and then if you ever have 3 or more treasures, it flips into something. That's a little tricky to put together, because treasure is very useful, and usually you're just using it when you have it to ramp something out or whatever it is, right? Final Days, I like the removal spell is obviously great, but Final Days is better. So I would take Final Days here. The White Saga creature is not the worst. The rest of it is not amazing. I mean, Aerith Rescue Mission is decent. Stuck is a fine blue removal spell. The rest of it's mediocre. So I would take Final Days. God, how do I keep ending up in black every time? There's a good black removal spell. This is so ridiculous. Random encounter. Travel the Overworld is interesting. I want to build a towns deck at some point. Treno. Thief's Knife is good. I could see taking Thief's Knife here, but there's no reason to branch into a second color when there's a fine black card here. I would probably just take Side Quest. The Greatsword's interesting. Cornered by Black Mages is not great. Chocobo Kick's good. Tutorial's good. Weapons Vendor, if you're doing equipment thing. Thunder Magic. Ride the Shia LaBeouf. 2 mana, whenever a land you control enters, put a counter on a creature. Interesting. I think I would take Thunder Magic or Greatsword. Again, I think the fact that we took 2 black cards makes me want to take another black card here, but... Right, exactly, card. Oh, that's right. No, yeah, Helena's right. You lose damage when it does damage. Right. I like the Greatsword. It's good with little dudes. It's good with wizards. Is it better than Thunder Magic? I don't think so, but the fact that we're black... And actually, black is the one color where if you are heavy black, you get to take advantage of the fact that nobody else is going to pick that god, and you can slam it. The beginning of combat on your turn, put a number of counters on her equal to her power on not on her, but on one other target creature, and they become a mutant. It's very small, right? It only puts 1 counter a turn, but then whenever a creature with a counter on it basically dies, you draw a card. That's quite good. Fight on. The black spell here is so meh that I don't think I would take it. It's good, but I don't want to take it this early. What would you take here? I would probably take Genova, actually. 4 mana, 1/5. It's an alien. That turns all your little creatures into die, draw a card. That could be good. Many people will try to force mono black. Exactly, yep. Yes, exactly. It's going to be a dangerous trap. That's exactly what I was saying in the last little mock draft we did here when that god got opened. And, you know, I talked for 15 minutes about, yeah, it's a complicated situation. It's not as simple as, oh, I'm going to take this and just, like, force mono black. Like, no, that's not going to go your way. I would take Genova here, probably. And I think green-black is an interesting color combination in this. I want to play, but I don't know how my drafts are going to go. I'm probably going to be having to really go max spike, right? I'm probably going to find a way to draft aggro as often as possible. Like, here's a suplex. Self-destruct, I think, sucks, but... Cornered by Black Mages, a little weak. What does this do? So many words. 7 mana, 8/8. When Omega enters for each opponent, tap up to 1. Target non-land permanent. Okay. X stun counters, yeah. X is the number of non-basic lands you control. Wow. Yeah, again, this is the kind of card that would just be so amazing if you could... You have to draft a bunch of these towns, and then you know, have fixing. You're probably base green. And you have something like this at your top end is so ridiculous. It's an 8/8 though, vanilla 8/8, right? It doesn't have trample, it doesn't have vigilance, it doesn't have anything. Reach. It just comes down, you tap one of their things, it gets stunned, and you gain like 4 or 5 life. That doesn't even seem great to me. I like Lock Coal. The other black card is weak, the other green card is weak. So I would take Lock Coal here, and we don't know where we're going to end up. That's another Genova though. And another side quest. This is a very expensive removal spell. I don't want a ton of these in my deck, right? If I'm drafting a deck like this, I'd probably take another Genova here, even though that's not amazing. I haven't seen any, okay, cheap black creatures, because I need small stuff to pump with Genova, right? If I play like the creature that ETBs and makes them discard a card, and then I get to turn it into 2/2 that when it dies I draw a card, that is fantastic, right? Or the rat that dies into a treasure or whatever, you know, you pump those kind of things. Or this little token, perfect. Make this into a 3/2 when it dies, they take, or I get to draw a card is great, right? There's also Poison the Waters. This is really good too. Look at their hand, take artifact or creatures, quite good. This is awesome too, honestly. You know what? I would probably take Pixie here. I've already been past Lock Coal. I took the Genovas. I could splash. But this thing is very powerful. 2 mana, 2/1 flyer. Every time you attack, it surveils. That's good in the late game. That's insane in the early game. You think Suplex? Interesting. You would have taken a red card. Yeah, it could have been Suplex. I haven't seen much red yet, but I would take this blue card randomly. This is the guy I was just talking about. Some red stuff. Like red-blue spells where you get a bunch of these guys and cast a bunch of spells. Like, I want to draft a deck like that so bad. Okay, wow. Intervention Wheels is insane. None of this is good. The green card. Wow, Kick coming around. Okay. So, that's weird. There's some green cards that came back late. Didn't see any blue. Terrible green card here. Sid, yikes. Not a ton. Bard's Bow's not amazing. Chocobo Kick is not bad, especially if I take like a Death Toucher like this. I have 2 blue cards, but I could easily ditch the blue. I think I would take the 1/1 Death Touch here over Evil Reawakened. I don't have anything I really want to bring back. Plus, the Death Toucher is so good with Genovas and stuff like that. Like, this actually fits with what we're doing. I know, well, Adamantoids, yeah, so it's supposed to be mythic, but hey, look, I'm doing this for free. The people who make this website, who run it, they get all the love from me. I can't complain, but I wonder if the algorithm is optimized here and not. Maybe it's something to do with that. I don't know. I can't say anything, but Poo-Poo UFO for Genova, yeah. Poo-Poo UFO, please let it see play in the Pro Tour. I want to hear Reed Duke go in the finals of the Pro Tour, just like, and there's Reed Duke. He's tapping 2 mana. What is it? It's a Poo-Poo. Poo-Poo on the stack, Paul. Oh my God, Poo-Poo's on the stack. We don't know what the other player's gonna do. Like, how are the commentators gonna even say this with a straight face? Does Poo-Poo resolve? Poo-Poo UFO. I'm gonna take this. I think the Death Toucher would be my pick here. Whoa, Clive. This is a 6 mana 5/5. Clive EDBs, discard your hand, draw cards equal to your devotion to red. So a good top end play when you're about finished dumping your hand. This is like the last card you play basically, and you just draw 2 when it ETBs. Kind of gross. 2 at least, right? If you have any other red permanents, you're drawing more, but baseline 2. 6 mana exile, return to the battlefield transformed as a 9/9. Fight a dude when it ETBs. Then it gets 1 attack and makes 4 red. Oh, and then chapter 3, it makes 4 red, comes back as Clive ETBs, and you draw cards. Yeah, that's gross. The ones that don't sacrifice themselves, but they turn back into the front side are the most disgusting ones, obviously, right? That is ridiculous. I'm not taking it here, but cool. Glad to know that's in my nightmares now. Might run into that. Black Mage's Rod. Marlborough, man, not great black cards here. The green cards essentially non-existent. Bard's Bow's weak and will wheel. Thief's Knife, I like, but I feel like I could be. I'm really being strongly pulled into green here. So I either take a black card. I don't love World Map. Oh, I didn't even realize the second. Yeah, so you can get any land with the second one. Yeah, whatever. I love Elixir. I want to build a deck where I need this to not win or to not deck myself. There's no mill card. There's no mill thing happening in this format at all. I just want to build a control deck that basically just kills everything my opponent does until they run out of things to do. It's like, I don't know why. I'm sick. That's why I play control decks. I just want to like stop everything they're doing, and when my opponent's like, You know, it's like a UFC fight that just there's no cap on the rounds, and I'm just playing super defensive. My opponent, you know, is totally out of gas. I'm refilling my deck, and then eventually it's just like you completely run. You just die. You die of exhaustion. I don't even have to kill you. That is true mastery, right? Like, I don't know. That's power. Yeah, must remove. Yeah, right. You thought Clive? Well, it could be Clive now. You know, now you're like, suplex. See, I'm a genius. Like, well, is there any reason? This is pack 3. You're telling me you would take a double red card in pack 3 with no fixing your base black, basically, here? I don't know about that. That's Trainwreck Town. One-way ticket to Trainwreck Town, I think. But oh, there is Tarim? Oh, okay, there you go. Is it a rare? It's a okay. So I didn't. Yeah, there's. I'm sure there's a rare or mythic that's like a constructed plant for mill decks for. Every set has this. Every deck set has its River Churn Monument or Glacier Wood Siege or whatever it is, right? I feel like I'm sure there is one. I was thinking much more down at common or uncommon. Like I know, was it Aether Drift, Ice Climber, or was that Tarkir? There was Ice Climber recently, an uncommon that basically like mills you every time it hits you, which is, you know, it's a creature. You pump it, it gets kind of gross, but there was still very little mill in that format. I think that was the last format, right? That was Tarkir. I did draft a mill deck in Tarkir that was pretty sweet one time with double Glacierwood Siege and the 2-mana regrowth that I had 2 of them. So I was looping them, and every time I cast one of them, they mill 4. And then I bring the other one back and I cast it mill 4, target the first one, bring it back. And I just did it like, I decked a couple people like that. It was awesome. I think it's crazy to take the double red card here. I think that's too much. That's not, even if you had taken Suplex, it would still be like, I can't take double red card. You're not splashing it. Like, what are you saying? You're just going to go into red in pack 3? I think it's Rod. Yeah, I agree. Cheaper. You know, this might even wheel. I don't need another. I don't even have a 6-drop, but two mana cards, like 2-mana cheap creatures, are going to be so good with Genova. When does this trigger? The beginning of combat. So basically, immediately after I play it, it's going to trigger. Vincent's Limit Break is interesting in a creature deck that kind of I want my creatures to die. But yeah, I would take Rod here. That is a crazy powerful card, though. Clive looks ridiculous. Ooh, green-black duel is probably what I have to take here. I would like to try and splash. I'm not going to splash this Pixie, but I could still splash Lock Coal if my, if my deck needs a little bit of, like a little bit of power. Ooh, wow. Double sweet black removal spell. Ugh, Choco Comet? What the fuck is this? Bird token. Oh, okay. So kind of a bad removal spell, but you get a 2/2. Yeah, easy intervention here. Wow. This is a do nothing. I could take Magic Pot. Ugh. This? So this is the kind of card like Plummet or, whatever that we don't know how good this card is going to be. I mean, you can look at how many artifacts, enchantments, and creatures with flying are in the entire set, but that still doesn't paint the true picture of how good this is going to be because we don't know how many of those cards are going to be good. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up, OG Soul King? How you doing, buddy? Get to play with the cards or just draft them? No, you just get to draft them. This is Draft Sim just lets you draft, and then you can build the deck after, but there's no people to play against. Now, what you could, well, no, you can't do that really anywhere. What I used to do a long time ago, I played, way back when Magic Workstation came out, I played that. It's basically a standalone client that like tries to mimic an environment where you can play Magic cards and stuff. Like it'll simulate a tabletop essentially and let you play game objects and they can have whatever on them. So people create, Magic sets. I played that. Cockatrice is the same thing. The version called X-Mage, if you look up X-Mage, it's still around, I believe, but I stopped using it around the time Arena came out, I think. Arena kind of killed X-Mage for me, but before Arena came out, X-Mage was big. On Reddit, there were like big tournaments. I played in a tournament, multiple tournaments, but I kind of did well in a small tournament, and I got qualified for a bigger tournament that you had to win your way in, and I took down the whole thing. I ended up being the champ. I played against a pro, an actual Magic, like back in those days, Grand Prix grinder, in the final or semifinals or something of that tournament. It was crazy. And it was on Xmage. It was, and the best part about Xmage, if the coders were, you know, doing their shit and like they were on it, they would be able to program the set, and you would get to start playing with the set before it even came out on in real life. So for a few pre-releases around Amonkhet days, what other sets were there? I don't even remember what sets were out back then. We were playing on Xmage like a week before the set dropped, and then we went to pre-release, and we had already jammed like 20 sealed pools of this format against each other. So this is simulating the drafting aspect, but the actual gameplay aspect, I mean, it's, these programs are all like basically, you know, Wizards could sue them out of existence at any time. I don't know if I don't know where they're based, and you know, it's a whole legal bowl of spaghetti or whatever. But anyway, that was the way to do it, OG Soul King. If you wanted to play with the set before it even came out, and you wanted to actually play games, like you could draft, you could play sealed, and then actually play the games. Well, aside from proxying, you have to use a program like that. That said, the last few sets, I think the last GP I went to was in 2019, GP Bangkok. It was Throne of Eldraine Limited, and I really, really wanted to prepare for that set ahead of time, but because of the adventures, the Xmage people said they just were having trouble programming. They couldn't get the adventures to work properly, so the set never released. And I ended up going to that GP with basically no practice or anything. We played a little bit beforehand, but that was it in real life. Yeah, so you know, it had its drawbacks, but that's the only way to do it. This is still, I find, useful because I like the discussion. I want to generate discussion about the cards and what people would pick. I think it helps me because other people see things I don't, and they weigh things differently, and maybe I don't weigh things heavily enough. So, you know, I kind of need to hear what other people think. Anyway, so again, let's get back to the draft. This card is, you know, one of those cards that could be amazing in this format, or it's just like terrible. You never really want to put this in your deck. And I have no idea what that, nobody knows the answer to that right now. I'll take it, but not crazy about that. Might cut it. Marlborough Blitz Ball Shot is not what I want, so I guess I'm taking this idiot, our first 6-drop. 2 mana, make a 2/2 with flashback. That is not bad. I will take this. Or this. What am I saying? Crossroads is good too. I am trying to splash here, right? Yeah, let's take the fixer. Oh, 2 mana ramp guy is solid. Take him. Nothing here for us. Sure. I'll take... Big Bard's Bow. I'm looking for an excuse to take Elixir. Don't ask me why. Take the pot. Doesn't matter what we take. Okay. And then this is the last pack. Let's sort by order here. Got some of that last stuff. Got the fire magic. Okay. Machinist's Arsenal. 5 mana with job select. Gets +2/+2 and is an artifact. And for each artifact you control, and is an artificer. Right, so there is some stuff that, like, Sid cares about artificers. So it's a 5 mana 3/3, but it's a 3/3 or a 5/5 or a 7/7, depending on how many artifacts you have. Yeah, I mean, if you're in blue-white artifacts, this is obviously amazing. I can't see it anywhere else though, really, right? Lock Coal, I'm already splashing 1. I don't need an excuse to put another blue card in my deck. The Strixhaven Stadium, put a point counter on it whenever a creature deals combat damage to you. Oh, right. No, I'm good. Probably taking the kick here. Actually, Grand Pulse? No, I take kick. Yeah, I've got a bunch of Death Touchers already. Lock Coal and the Grand Pulse, and thought I had at least one other one. I don't know. But I think I'm going to take kick here. And I think the kicker on kick. You ever kick your kicker? Or kicker your kick? I don't even know what to say. Is easy to do, right? So you're actually... Like, this spell is very powerful. You tap 2 mana to play it. You bounce one of them to your hand. You cast this. Then you replay your land untapped. Tap it, play a 1-drop or something. This can lead to some really interesting plays. I think this is good. I hope to wheel this, but... Take green card. Garland. What do you guys think of this? Princess Sarah was a good pick there. Oh, really? Princess, what? I don't even know what she does. What does the Princess Sarah do? Was it a black or green card? It was another color, right? Hey, Amnesia, what's up? Good afternoon. Thought about a full pod practice draft? I would love to, yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, like that's the problem. The timer, I can't talk as much. I mean, it's not just me talking, but I like hearing what other people say. Like, I just missed Cart's message. He must have messaged right as I was picking the card. Now I don't know what card he was talking about there. The princess. You can play an extra land every turn, and it was 3. What are the stats on it? It's a 3-mana green creature. Can we? MTG Bot doesn't have that updated. I can't Google on MTG Bot. I can. I have Sealed Deck open here. Princess? Her? Oh, Garnet. No, her. No, her. What? No, neither of these. One of these? Princess, you said Princess Sarah? There's no Sarahs in here. There's princesses. Oh, so it was like the alternate name? Oh, I have no idea then. Yeah, I don't even know if I can find it in here. Because I would have to look by the actual name of the card. Do you know what it actually was? See, these kind of issues, this is nothing. This is nothing compared to what the discussions we're going to have during Spider-Man. It's going to be so frustrating. Anyway, so 3-mana 2/2 Death Touch. I like that with my double Chocobo kick here. So this is great too, but I already have 2 of them. And side quest, you know, I have a bunch of other removal spells already. I think I just want a Death Touch or I want a body. Plus, sack another creature is actually quite good with double Genova here, right? That's clutch. I think if you have Genova, your desire to pick up sacrifice creatures goes way up, right? Your priority list, like the sack creatures should go way up in priority. I don't have the vehicle this time. That was in the last deck. But this is a great spot for Ahriman, I think. And that's crazy to take him over Intervention, but I think it's correct here. We have double kick, double Genova, works really nicely with him. Plus, we already have 2 interventions. I think that's correct. Even though, again, this is almost certainly going to have a higher win rate than this. Once 17 lands data and stuff settles down. Shit, I'm sorry, Card. I know exactly what you're saying. Yep, it's not your fault. I totally understand. Me too. Sometimes I forget. I literally go through the whole pack and I'm like, okay, well, there's Sephiroth's Intervention, blah, blah. Oh, wait. Oh, that's Fatal Push. What the fuck? Oh, shit. Yeah, right. You know, I'm sure there's people who notice immediately and they're like, dude, the pick here is Fatal. Or Lightning Bolt in that other pack. I was looking through, I'm like, there's this, there's that. Wait, what? Oh, that's fucking Lightning Bolt pick 6. Wow, are people crazy? That's like a very high vintage, vintage cube draft pick in this limited format. But the alt art just totally throws me off. I know. It's the name too. I just see a random name and I'm like, whatever. Like, yeah, I see the other name there. I know, but you need a goddamn magnifying glass to see it online, especially, right? Imagine you're playing on a phone or something. Anyway, I like Ahriman here. Oh, it was a Souza. Oh, because she lets you play extra lands. Right. Is she? Yeah, she's 1 green, 1 white, right? Souza Lost But Seeking. Souza? Is it AZUSA? Yeah. I think it's the first one, right? Oh, it's just green. Okay, yeah. See, I probably should have looked at it, and I think what I just said happened. What is this? This is Yawgmoth. Wow. I mean, yeah, I'm going to take that. I think it's actually ridiculous in my deck. Now I'm not splashing blue. I don't think I need to splash blue. Yeah, this guy's got to be insane. Protection from humans in this format is going to be insane, just by itself. Never mind, the ability, of course, is nuts. And we've got Genova putting counters on creatures. This guy can proliferate. It's kind of insane. This is just the absolute... you could say, what is the best card I could open here for this deck? Well, it turns out it's a card from not even this set. That's probably the correct answer in a lot of sets, sadly. I don't like that aspect, but... Yawgmoth, get in there. Read your alt art cards, kids. I think the bots can't parse this, and they keep passing them to me. I think that's what's going on. I shouldn't be seeing one of these every single pack. Especially when it's Fatal Push, Lightning Bolt, Yawgmoth. Dear God. Don't need the fixing anymore. Darkness Crystal. Non-token creature an opponent controls would die, exile it, and you gain 2 life? Wow. Oh, that's actually interesting. What? Oh, that's good. In black, we have, you get a bunch of removal and death touch creatures and stuff. A lot of stuff starts dying, you just keep gaining life, and it exiles all their creatures. The target creature card exiled with it onto the battlefield? Wow. Oh, that's actually insane. Black spells cost 1 less. That's very interesting. I've seen a couple of the other crystals and not been impressed. This one actually seems interesting. Like, it really goes with what black is already doing. I still, it's a 4-mana do nothing, but the 6-mana ability is very relevant. What would you guys take here? I think I like that crystal. Yeah, I don't know. They add more spice to the draft format, but they also make it feel so like jarringly disjointed. You know what I mean? Like you're playing, it's a normal draft, and okay, I'm expecting, okay, what combat tricks are in this set, and this, and this, and they go swords to plowshares, and you're like, whoa, oh, what the fuck? Okay, that's, or they go cruel ultimatum, and you're like, what? Like, or they play some bomb that you're like, oh, it's a whatever card. It's a, surprise guest or whatever, a mystery guest card. Okay, yeah, can't beat that, I guess. Like, suddenly I'm playing Cube. I thought I was playing this set. Now I'm playing, it's like Cube, right? They're just sprinkling in a bunch of random cards. It's like you're playing a set of more random cards. So I don't know. I know all the content creators, if you listen to Limited Resources, Limited Level Ups, and Lords of Limited and everything, they will all say that it's a good thing, that it adds variety and it's fun. And yes, there's some bad games where you lose to some insane bomb, Elish Norn or whatever, but that's made up for by the fact that, this exists. I think that's them being very subjective because they're content creators. I think for them, for degenerates who draft nonstop every day, they don't play any other formats, you get sick of things quickly. And having a random suite of cards in the set that just kind of spice things up, because every once in a while, oh, instead of just another draft of TDM, I've done 90 of these so far. Ooh, this one I draft, oh, this cruel ultimatum, I'm going to try and do this, or, yeah, like, but you're thinking about yourself only there, I think, right? Like, I think the overall player base, it's better if these things are just not in the set. It just, they craft this set. They try and balance all these cards to play well with each other. They try and balance the colors and all the interactions and the archetypes and everything. And then they just sprinkle in a bunch of this shit. Like, you can't tell me that they're testing this set with Brainstorm in mind. That's not how they design these sets, right? They design the set, and then after the fact, they just add a bunch of cards. I mean, it would be like making a cake and then just randomly throwing a bunch of shit on top. Here, I made a pizza. Let's pour chocolate syrup on it. Because you like chocolate syrup, right? You like cruel ultimatum and whatever. It's like, yeah, that's not the point. That doesn't mean you should put M&Ms on your, steak or whatever. Like, do you know what I'm saying? I don't know. To me, that's the analogy. It's like, it's so bizarre that they put all this effort into making this thing a great limited environment and then just throw in a bunch of random shit. It's like, what? Why do we do? In real life packs, do it. Give players value. That is sweet. When you crack a pack and you open a crazy foil, full art, whatever, it's awesome. But don't do it on Arena. There's no reason to have it on Arena. It could be 2 different environments, maybe, or I don't know. Yeah, that's what I would do. Or the real packs, if players who are just testing for the competitive limited environment, they just take the foils out. They just take whatever special guest you open just comes out of the pack. That's it. And you don't play with them. I don't know. There's a way to do it, but forcing it on everybody is, I don't know. I think it's worse. But anyway, I don't think the play boosters are good either, but I'm going to take Darkness Crystal. M&M's on a steak is underrated. You must be from New York. Are you? That's how Donald Trump eats steak, with M&M's and ketchup. Fuck. Anyway, don't say that. I shouldn't have said those words. Hectize. I think I'd probably take here over. I don't think Tonberry's good, right? 1 mana 2/1 ETB stunned. Next turn it's still tapped. Third turn it's in play, you untap with it, and then it sits there and plays defense the whole game. It dies to everything. I think I would take Heck Dies here. This is interesting too. Geishel Greens. But I think I would take Heck Dies here over Greens. I've got 2 Heck Dies. Poison. Poison over Cactuar. Why do I keep ending up in black? And I don't know if it's the bots or if it's like I can't be, you know, I'm trying not to build in any biases here. What is it's just, yeah, tutor up the thing. You get your ass beat for 2 minutes. So yeah, your friends will be like, you asked for it, buddy. Shouldn't have put pineapple on pizza, you sick motherfucker. Like, who cares? Like, I like pineapple on pizza. I don't mind it at all. It's not a big deal. But like, let's be honest. M&Ms on steak would be, yeah. Like, I think I'm trying to pick a ridiculous example. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do that. That said, travel. Get out of your little bubble. Go to Japan and order pizza. It's mind blowing what you can get in Japan. Tuna, mayonnaise on pizza, like all kinds of like crazy shit. I've had seafood pizza with like squid and octopus with sweet potato stuffed crust and like just like wild stuff. Korea too, they have some weird ones. It's good. I like seafood pizza. Never had one until I went to Asia. They're good. White sauce, like they know how to do it because lots of people order it. They try different seafoods and combinations. They get it down. It's good. It's good pizza. But I'm sure you could go to places and, you know, imagine showing in I don't know, somebody from Italy. Go to you know, Marguerite, Italy, or whatever it's called, where the margarita came from, and the margarita pizza, the OG pizza, and tell them, look, you can have scallops on your pizza. Who gives a fuck? They'll probably lose their minds. But Lock Coal, I don't think I'm gonna splash blue here. My deck is great. I don't need to play tap land or come in to play tap lands. So I have basically nothing here. Nothing I would play. Wow, so many of these guys. Grand Pulse, that might get in there. Sure. Doesn't really matter what we take. Okay. Let's go by order here. Put those last few. Yeah, okay, that's it. So this would be the deck. Except looks like that. How many cards is this? 27 with a land. So this is 27. I would have to cut a few. I'm not going to play Lock Hole. Magic Pot sucks. I don't need 2 Bard's Bow. Airship Crash. Again, I don't think that card's until I see it be good. I'm not gonna put something like this in my main deck, right? A lot of 4 drops here. Holy shit. Would have loved to get another ramper. I have 1, 2. I don't have a ton of removal. 3, 4 removal spells. Chocobo Kick's gonna be great. I've got 1, 2, 3. I've got at least 3 good Death Touchers to target with it. Plus, it's good with some of the other stuff. Genova, not so much. Very defensive deck here. Black Mage's Rods. The bow. I just need bodies here. I don't think I got enough creatures. Yeah, because I just didn't get enough ways to, like, Final Days, like this kind of thing. Make a bunch of creatures. That is insane with you know, Yawgmoth and stuff. But I'm not making enough creatures. I've got a few cheap ones, like these equipment all make creatures. But like Genovas want creatures, Yawgmoth wants creatures. I think this is pretty good too. I think this is a win condition. Like you're, you know, in a deck with a bunch of removal, I'm gonna go Sephiroth's Intervention, kill stuff, side quest, kill something. And if there's a crystal in play and I get to reanimate that stuff, it's gonna be awesome. There's very few ways to blow up an artifact, right? So you've got this great kind of late game win engine card kind of thing. I think this doesn't look bad. I really want to try, like, I don't know how good Genova is. 1-5. It's interesting. What do you guys think? Mayo and corn on Pizza Hut pizza? Yeah, Pizza Hut does it elsewhere, yeah. I couldn't do it. Corn makes it a little too sweet. I'm not a fan of corn. I know in Korea when you would get like a supreme pizza, which usually is like pepperoni. It's like ground beef, green peppers, mushrooms. It's like a spread of stuff. They will put some corn on there, and it makes it sweet, which I don't like. I don't like sweet pizza. That's really what it is. Put whatever you want on it, as long as it's still savory. You know what I mean? Chocolate syrup, yeah, like, or unless it's a dessert pizza. I have seen that with fruit and like, yeah, chocolate or caramel or whatever on it. But it's not like, is that a pizza? It's kind of like some dessert thing, right? It's just shaped like a pizza. Yeah, totally. Yeah, dessert pizza. That's what I was saying, Chuchi. Yeah. That's right. Okay, yeah, we're talking about the same thing. Yeah, I've had that too. That's different to me. Like, I think, yeah, it's got to be like cooked in an oven, normal pizza for your main meal, but weird stuff on it. Anyway, weird is relative, is kind of what I'm saying. This deck looks good. I think I would like to try playing this. I think it looks good to me. We've got good removal. We've got, you know, good value creatures and good ways to turn those creatures into card advantage. Double Genova. I mean, all these little guys just, you know, immediately start drawing me cards. And then Final Days is probably one of the most important cards in the entire deck, and it shows how good this card is. I mean, yeah, making a ton of creatures here in a deck like this with Genovas and Yawgmoth would be insano. I think I would play it just like that. I wouldn't change anything. But got a dual land, a little bit of ramp. This is sweet. Anyway, so should we do a mixed up draft? Do you want to do another one of these? What do you guys think? I could do whatever you'd like. We could look at sealed pool archetypes. I don't know what black red even looks like in this format. I thought I could filter. Oh, there it is, rare. Yeah. I just want commons and uncommons here. Fatal Push. Thrum of the Vestige, that's Lightning Bolt. What is Barren Rivalry? Deadly Dispute, okay. I guess I could look at all of them. Captain Lannery Storm got downshifted to uncommon? No way. Yeah, these are all uncommons. This is Light Up the Stage. Sir Conrad the Grim, okay. Yeah, so you could look at, you know, Black Red, for example, if you go online and look. I don't even know what it said. I think this is draft archetype. So black red, it says Black Mage aggro. Play the aggressive game with creatures that reward you whenever you cast a non-creature spell. So you're looking for those yeah, black mages, those tokens, right? Yeah. So yeah, what are the spells? I mean, obviously you're using whatever burn spells you can find. Stuff like Suplex is obviously amazing here, right? And this guy, this is one of the core cards of the deck. When you know, he ETBs and you make a 1/1 or whatever. Deck looks fine as you're trying to ramp into 2/4, right? Yeah. You have a non-sweet corn? No, non-sweet corn? I don't know, not really. I mean, even raw corn is usually pretty sweet. Like when you cook it and eat it, it's, I mean, I think it's sweet corn though. I think that's the number one kind of corn they make, like the strain of corn is called sweet corn, right? I'm pretty sure. But then it's also like, you know, they like the stuff that comes in a can is like actually, yeah, sweet and stuff. Savory? Really? Corn in Europe's different. So, like, yeah, maybe it's a different strain of corn. But, like, when I buy raw corn in a grocery store and, you know, barbecue it, steam it, boil it, whatever you want to do, and eat it, it's sweet usually, just by itself. So we put butter and salt on it to give it some savory kind of flavor. Usually, people put salt and butter on, like, a cob of corn, you know? That's interesting, because I've had there's like little corns and stuff that are different. Like, I don't even know what the corn looks like. I've seen purple, there's purple corn and stuff, and that must taste slightly different. Could be. I'm pretty sure North America is mostly sweet corn, yeah. But, yeah, just like potatoes, there's like a million different, you know, potatoes and stuff. So yeah, I assume it's all just the removal spells and stuff. You're using Thunder Magic. I don't know how good Fire Magic is. I feel like this is the kind of uncommon that is not going to be good except for good players who know when they're playing a deck that wants something like that. like 3 mana, 2 damage to everything is not enough. There's so many high toughnesses, but also 6 mana for 3 is so overcosted. Same with this, like these burn spells are all pretty expensive, right? What is the Blitzball thing? At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2/+0. At the end of your turn. Transform it. Equipped creature gets +2/+0 and has double strike for equip 3. Whoa. I mean, that's a pretty aggressive enchantment, right? At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2/+0. It gives you the like Battle Rattle Shaman trigger, but it's not on a creature, so it's much harder to get this off the battlefield. It just pumps every single one of your guys. Kind of interesting. What does the Ifrit do? So what kind of non-creature spells are you playing to take advantage of these little black mages that you're making? Also, how many things make a black mage? Just 2? In black? That's it? At common and uncommon. 2 commons, that's it. Oh, Black Wizard token. I'm sorry, hold on. There we go, Black Wizard. The rare land, Kuja makes one. Circle of Power, Cornered Queen Braun. 3 mana, 2/1. Oh, when she attacks? Wow, yeah, that's one of the signpost uncommons there. And this guy. Those two just pump out Black Wizard tokens, right? Okay. If you control 4 or more wizards, you transform. And he's a wizard, so 3 other wizards. He turns into a 4/6 if a wizard you control will deal damage to a player. Yeah, that's very powerful. Double damage off all your 1/1s or 0/1s. Transkuja. Okay, so now you have an idea of what the archetype is trying to do, and these are all the cards that care about this. Cornered is not a great spell. Circle of Power is not even that amazing, but you're playing them because you want these guys to be good. Mysidian Elder is good, and then I think everything else you just want spells, right? You just want removal. You want here, let's just go common and uncommon. I guess I can only go by 1 at a time. Yeah, these are all the commons. Oops. These are the uncommons. Why am I seeing rares here? Weird. Blackrod ability trigger Kuja? Oh, Blackrod's not on here. Hold on. Black Mage's Rod. Yeah. I mean, it makes a wizard. Yeah. Actually, whatever you equip the rod to becomes a wizard. So for purposes of Kuja, you could have a non-wizard creature, just equip it with the rod, and it'll trigger this guy. At the beginning of the end step, he'll transform, right? Remember that. All the equipment works like that. There's a cycle of this, right? The white one makes the creature a cleric. The green one makes it a bard. This one makes it a wizard. The red one makes it a warrior. I don't even know what it makes. The fighter? I can't remember. But yeah, so it'll definitely count toward your wizard count, right? No, whatever you equip, even if it's not a wizard to begin with. Black Waltz is a wizard, obviously. And then as far as non-creature spells go, you really just want to have the cheapest ones you can. So Suplex, Fire Magic. I mean, even Fire Magic I would definitely play if I had any of these, 2 out of 3 of these powerful uncommons here. This guy's a rare, I guess, but these uncommons. Let's clear all the filters. Black, red. So yeah, it's interesting. These are the mythics, the rares. Okay, this is just uncommons in black red and commons. Yeah, lightning bolt, fatal push, kind of scary. I don't like Tonberry. Blazing bomb, I'm not a fan of. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, if at least 4 was spent to cast it, this gets bigger. But you know, the first few turns it just does nothing. I think that's a trap. I don't think I would play bomb in a black red deck like this that wants to, you know, you do want to play all your expensive removal and stuff. Intervention obviously is huge. Even the cheap removal like is it this? No, this -2/-2. I mean, these 2 black spells are like the backbone of all of your removal, right? And then red removal, just non-creature spells that to trigger all your wizards. I think I want to be using removal to trigger my wizards whenever possible. Stuff like Vincent's Limit Break doesn't work with, you know, any of your tokens. You would love to make a token a 0/1 into a 3/2, but then it doesn't come back when it dies because it's a token, right? So it's kind of awkward, actually. You don't want fire magic. Yeah, that's the thing. It deals damage to everything, but you could just choose. Oh, you have to choose an additional cost. Oh, I thought you could actually not choose anything, but because the first one's 0, you know, just as a spell to trigger your stuff. I think you're right. Yep, absolutely. I for some reason I thought you could not choose anything. It's just a 1 mana spell if you know, if you have the board and you don't want to blow it all up. But yeah, you're right. Haste magic is, I guess this is okay on a wizard token, right? Trade for something, get another card, maybe play something. Opera Love Song is probably good in this. Yeah, like this kind of thing. Card draw's got to be good here too for this kind of archetype, right? Self-destruct sucks. I just, it's so crazy. This is an uncommon. It's always a 2-for-1 against you, and you got to give up something big to even kill something. Like it's just, ugh, no. Laughing Mad seems awesome. 2 spells, not 1 but 2. That's got to be huge, right? Queen Brawn we already said was insane. I'm going to put creatures here, spells in the middle. Barret? I mean, I think you'd play this just as a body if you need the bodies in red, but this is interesting. I don't think I would play Threaten in this deck. I don't even know if I would play that. This is pretty interesting. I like this with mages, but it gives them +2/+0. I think this is a bit too aggressive for this kind of deck, but I don't know, maybe not. Katana. I think I'd like Katana in this deck. I think I would play any of the equipment with Job Select because all of it triggers the mages, but it also all puts bodies on the battlefield, right? Yeah, just like this. Oh, but this is... No, I don't love that. 4 mana to get 1 mountain in your hand? Dear God. This... I don't think is fast enough. I think you'd probably... I don't know. You have to have a ton. 3 Sephiroth's interventions or something before I even want to touch this. I don't know if I'd play that. Yeah, this is obviously very good in this deck. This is the kind of card that's just built for this deck, right? Warrior Sword, 4 mana, 3/2. That's a little expensive. Light of Judgment. I guess you're playing Light of Judgment in this deck, right? Random encounter. And Cornered by Black Mages probably goes in. You're probably playing this in every single black deck, but same with this guy. Hunt. Evil Reawakened, you're probably not playing here. Final Days is ridiculous. Phantom Train is probably pretty good. What do you think? I don't know. You don't really want to sack... Like, you're making a bunch of little 0/1 tokens, but you don't really want to sack them, right? You want them sitting around. Same with this guy. I don't think I would play this guy in this archetype. Black-red. Gaius? That's probably pretty good. Circle is pretty good. This is no good. This is interesting. I think this is good in this deck if you're playing a bunch of non-creature spells. But remember, every creature you put in is one less non-creature you can put in, right? Overkill's obviously insane. You'll play that. I don't know if you'll play Fight On. Maybe. Greatsword you would play. This guy's got to be great in this deck too, right? You're going to be chumping with those wizards sometimes. Ahriman. Again, I don't think I want sacrifice stuff. Did we already have the rod in here? Okay. I'm not going to put like Fatal Push and all this other stuff. Yeah, of course you'll play it. And like the filler you'll always play. But I don't know. I think this archetype probably revolves around this kind of stuff, right? The most important black and red cards? I mean, yeah, Light of Judgment doesn't have to be here. Anima. Like, these kind of cards go in every black-red deck. But specifically the Wizards deck, where you're trying to do a lot of the Wizard stuff. I mean, the most important cards are this. And then the other... Oh, we didn't even look at the gold cards. Yeah. There's Black Waltz. That's ridiculous. What does Garland do? Non-creature spell, Surveil 1. And then he comes back later. That's kind of interesting. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Surveil 1. Huh. Yeah, I could see that. You are going to be playing a lot of non-creature spells here. But again, he's a non-creature, or he's a creature spell himself. So it kind of works against you, right? Self-destructs for red-green? Yeah, maybe. Does he go to face? Any other target? Yeah, so like it's fling, right? Yeah. Yeah, the lightning bolts and that stuff, I'm not gonna even look at that stuff because it's not gonna come up very often. Like these are very rare. But also, of course you're gonna play it. Like I'm not even gonna put in some of the other stuff. But like the non-creature, the best non-creature spells are these ones, and then like the 5-mana removal spell, you know, like I don't really want to play that. Light of Judgment. But I would if I had to. Same with Choco Comet, but at least this gives you a body. I think, again, it's very much like the blue-red deck. I think with this mages deck, if you're trying to put a bunch of mages into play, or wizards, I should say, then you should be playing cheap spells. Cheap removal, cheap, you know, card draw if you can. Like Opera Love Song's awesome. Even Laughing Mad for 3 mana is probably worth it. You need card draw here. Circle of Power, you're starting to get really expensive, but this makes a wizard and gives your wizards lifelink, which is huge. So really interesting. I think like something like Cornered by Black Mages is not amazing, but the best, like these kind of things are really good in this deck. Dark Knight's Greatsword makes a body and triggers all your mages. The Katana makes a body and triggers all your mages. The Final Days makes 2 bodies or multiple, a bunch of bodies. Actually, it's funny, the flashback is worse in a deck like this, right? Because it cares about the number of creature cards. If you're playing a bunch of spells, you're not going to have a ton of creatures in this deck. I mean, the one creature you want to have as many as possible is this guy. This guy's really the linchpin of the deck, right? And you're just trying to max this and then block with this idiot. And hopefully, you know, you get to turn 4, you can give all your wizards +1/+0, but also, yeah, pulling that black-red rare is another way to end up in this deck, right? But like, yeah, Lannery Storm would go great here. Like a bunch of cards would be fine, but I think most of these I wouldn't play. Some of them I would, but I'm not going to put them in because they're too rare or whatever. But not the worst to shove a 0-1 wizard and sack it for a card. What do we shove? Oh, you mean like Fatal Push? Or, yeah, Fatal Push I would play, of course, in this deck, but what does this do again? Oh, it cares about treasure. I mean, you'd play this as well, because it's a non-creature spell, but like, I wouldn't play this, for example. And, you know, Anima. Like, I'm not even going to put this in, because this will probably go in every black deck you draft, right? Almost every single one. But I wouldn't play Marlborough, I wouldn't play... I would play this, because this is another one that goes in every deck, but it's a weird... weird, whatever they're called, surprise guest, special guest. Anyway, that's black-red. What's another archetype that we could look at? We looked at blue-white. What is red-green supposed to be? Open this up again. Blue-black is control, graveyard value, equipment aggro, town ramp. Towns are lands that grant more perks the more of them you have, so play a bunch, yeah. Town ramp. So what are the payoffs for town ramp? Omega is weird. It gains you a bunch of life equal to the non-basics you have, which is going to be a bunch if you're playing a town deck, but it's an 8/8 that doesn't have trample or any other abilities. It's going to ETB and gain you 4 or 5 life, like for 7 mana, and stun one thing. But is that really good? I don't know. Yeah, like what does that even look like though? If we were to try and build it, I mean, obviously you're playing a bunch of the towns. Can I scroll over? There we go. You know, this one sucks, but you're playing as many of the dual lands as you can, and then I guess you've got this. This one's helping you fix. That's probably okay, but and then you're just playing as many of these as you can get. Gold Saucer's not amazing either. What do you have? What do you get if you lose? You just waste 3 mana. Okay. But what are the payoffs? Like, what are we getting for that? Hold on. Let me make sure. Here are the filters. Okay. Like, is there some big splashy thing? I mean, that's pretty insane. You got to be ramping. Smasher of the... Vile Smasher the Fierce? Oh, it's a reprint of, yeah, Goblin Berserker. Okay. Poor Clive. He's a goblin. I mean, there's so many legends. What are the big payoffs? Interesting. Joda. I mean, these special art cards aren't anything. 7 mana, 7/7 flying. ETB or attacks, exile a permanent from your graveyard at random. Create a tapped token that's a copy of that card. Okay, and if it's a land, do it again. That's good. Guy cares about artifacts. Come up with a new recipe. Okay. Oh, this guy? Is this is the guy? This is the one who wants to make you draw or play the Towns deck, right? I think the Towns deck is a trap. Until I see somebody build a good version of that, I'm going nowhere near that shit. Let somebody else try. That's a trap. If there's even one more person drafting aside from you, then you're probably both screwed, right? Gold Saucer required, that other card that makes you always flip your head. Oh, there's another one that makes you always flip heads. Yeah, right. I guess that's okay, sure, if you get that other one. I don't know what that other one was called, but Winota, holy crap. Winota's possible. Lightning seemed insane, but I don't want to play a 5-color deck if I'm playing this. Same with Joshua. Yeah, that is insane. A lot of the rares are quite good. Is this the other side of this? What is this? Oh, this is the other side of the green 4-drop. Yeah. Genova, X-Death. I don't know. What are the payoffs here for doing it? It's weird. Lunatic Pandora's very weird. Poo-Poo UFO is something you could play in the Gates deck, I guess, or whatever it's called, the Towns deck. Smuggler's Copter, dear God. Add 1 mana of any color. Sack this artifact. Draw 2 cards. They'll combat by limit. Okay. So mana rocks probably go in that deck, right? There's 1 mana rock. This is Chromatic Lantern, but not gonna happen very often. Treasure making, maybe. Maybe this? Quick Peach has double strike. Meh. Okay. Right. I don't know. What? Oh, Bahamut's nuts, right? Nice. Are you ever first picking Bahamut in this format? I don't know. What does the green ramp look like? I'm not even sure. Commune is put land into your hand for 1. That's pretty nice. There's the 1 2-mana ramper, the Gardener. Oh, there's another 2-mana ramper. Add a mana of any color. Wow, this guy's solid. Holy shit. Very nice. Okay. Mill 4, land into your hand. I'm not looking at the alt art stuff. This is search for a land, put it on the battlefield for 3, and then you get a counter. Oh, that's an insane mythic. Okay. Yeah. Wow. Okay. And then there's the 4 mana, you know, whatever it's called, explosive vegetation. Sure. So 2 at common, or sorry, 1 at common, 1 at uncommon for 2 mana rampers, and then 1 common 3 mana ramp, 1 uncommon 4. Okay. Oh, the green one cares about counters. Okay. And then after this, it's who cares if there's no ramp there. So it's not a ton of ramp here. We've got 1 way to get any land, the 4 mana uncommon, right? What is it called? Reach? Yeah, this gets town cards, so you can go get duels. The Reach the Horizon gets duels, but does the other one? What was the other one called? Grisha's Wanderings? Basic or town. Okay, so this gets any land too. Okay, is that enough? 2 2-mana rampers, 1's uncommon, and then a 3 mana ramper at common, 4 mana, get any lands, explosive vegetation. That's probably enough. Grimoire. I didn't see that one. I'll look it up. Yeah, right. The town deck seems bad, right? Ultimisia, yeah, is disappointing. I know. I feel like the town deck looks like a trap. I mean, even just looking at green, I think like big green ramp is not ideal here. Carpet of Flowers is insane. Again, I'm not looking at these alt art versions. Those are not going to show up very often. There's not a ton of ramp here, which is crazy. So what is Grimoire? Summoner's Grimoire? Oh, this just lets you put whatever on the battlefield. Yeah, right. But I mean, you know, you're never taking Bahamut, right? You're never gonna hope to not only draft both those cards, but also have them come together at the perfect time. Yikes. Yeah, that is just not a realistic card in Limited, unfortunately. So interesting, you know, you could look at the set like this, break it down, like, again, use this as your guide, the draft archetypes. Just pick one and go, like, green, white, go wide. Or white-red aggro. Let's see what green-white looks like. I want to see... Because there was some good, like, commons, uncommons. Yeah, this is commons and uncommons in green and white. I think this equipment's good. But infantry is really interesting. I don't know how many of these you have to get before you want to play any of them, but it's got to be at least 3, right? I think if I get 3 of them or more in my aggro deck, I'm probably playing all of them, right? Phoenix down is not amazing. Oops, Adalbert, +1 on each equipment. I don't want a ton of stuff that makes one creature. What are the things that make multiple creatures here? This is okay. I mean, it's in this deck. I don't think it's a good creature, really, but... An artifact card? God. Amazing. I mean, this is obviously one of the big payoffs. +2/+0 with flashback. Maybe this is okay. I don't even think this is good, even in that deck. This guy's obviously good. Other creatures you get, see, that's okay, but I don't like. This is the first spell we run into in white that actually puts multiple bodies on the battlefield. There's no raise the alarm. There's no, you know, that kind of stuff. So 4 mana, like, ugh, the Mog. Choco Mog. Are you really going to play this on 3? If you like, you have to curve into this for it to be good, right? If you go 1-drop, 2-drop this, that's really great. And then Aerith's Rescue Mission. But there's only one good white 1-drop here. I mean, maybe green helps fill it out a little bit. Cactuar. Is this Cactuar's time to shine? Is there anything in this, in green, that's cheap that puts multiple bodies on the battlefield? Not really, right? A couple that put 2/2s for 2. Bard's Bow. That's interesting. Yeah, this wants to go in this deck, right? Oh, this is another piece of fixing I missed. Yeah, Summon Fenrir. Yeah, that's another 3-mana ramper. I'm just looking at the cards. Okay, I mean, Chocobo Racetrack is obviously insane in this deck, but you're at this stage of the game, you know, turn 5, you don't have any lands left. You might have like 1 land left. If you have 2 lands left, they're your last 2 cards, and you're just like, all right, you know, I hope these 2/2s are good enough. So I don't know if Racetrack's actually that great. This is the deck for it, if it does end up being good, but 7 mana for 4 creatures? Like, is that good? 4 2/2s? Puts 8 power on the battlefield across 4 bodies for 7 mana. You probably play this, right? I think I would probably play that too. Oh, right. It's like the O-ring. Okay. This is probably pretty good. That makes 2 pieces of cardboard. I'm just looking for the stuff. Yeah, and that's it. Wow. This is the only stuff that makes multiple pieces of cardboard when it enters. Not these. But like this, and that's it. The rest of them, like this guy dies into a creature, cares about creatures, pumps your creatures. That's not a ton, right? Like there's not enough that makes tokens here. I almost want to go, you know, do the go wide thing with white and red and play that 2 mana or 3 mana 1/3 that makes a black wizard, you know? It's weird. Am I crazy? Am I missing something? Davidtron, what's up? Call it a 3/3 with the static +1/+0. Yeah. 4 turns is a lot, and that thing was meant to attack. It's true, and you're right. It does give itself the plus, right? The Choco-Mog? No, it's other creatures. So it's just a 3/3, this guy. It's not bad, but the only way you're getting a lot of value is if you've already played a bunch of other shit when this comes down, or at least right after. Because whatever you play on the turn, like you play this on like that turn, you immediately pump your team. But if you're playing it on turn 3, maybe you save this until you find a bunch of your Aerith's rescue mission. Man, this is the key piece of the white aggro decks, I think. In white green and white red, I think I want this over a lot of other commons. Because yeah, you have this, and then you play Mog. It's great, but the ideal play would be turn 1 creature, turn 2 creature, turn 3 Choco Mog, pump the team for 2, they swing, and then turn 4 you swing with everybody, and they get pumped. Whatever creature you play on turn 4 is not really getting the value because it's unless it has haste. I mean, most creatures are not able to attack the turn they come into play, so. Then the last turn you play it, this dies, pumps your team, and you get another swing. It's interesting. I don't think it's great, but it's okay. I think you really have to have like 3 of these or more in your deck. Magitech armor pretty good too. Just anything that makes 2 bodies, but that's it. I'm not seeing much else. Like, I don't think any of the green cards put 2 pieces of cardboard on the battlefield. Cactuar would be a nice one to start with if you're Choco Mog. So you played on turn 1, turn 2 you swing, turn 3 it comes back to hand when you play the Choco Mog. The beginning of your end step. So it comes back on turn 2, and then yeah, it's not there to get pumped. This is a good one. Like, you curve this on turn 1 if you're lucky and you have this in your opening hand. This is a rough one to draw late in the game. The landfall cards really drop off quickly, so unless you're super aggressive, it's tough. Like, you draw this in your opening hand, it could be your best creature, but yeah, you curve this into something else, into Choco Mog. That's pretty spicy. But what are the white signposts here? We've got 5 mana 4/4, make a 1/1, and then when she attacks, it gives +1 for each creature. So she obviously belongs in this deck, but she's 5 mana. Garnet's a 2 mana 2/2 lifelink. Whenever it attacks, you may remove a lore counter from any number of sagas to pump this. That's pretty good, keeping your sagas around. So this is the kind of uncommon that would be nuts with Choco Mog, right? If you can keep Choco Mog on the battlefield by continually pulling its counters off and putting it on this while this gets pumped by itself and the Choco Mog ability, now you're talking. That could be interesting. But man, this is like the cheap creatures you need to put this all together are not great. Like Cactuar is not great. I don't think the Chocobo is great because again, it's such a bad draw late. But she seems actually pretty good with Chocobo Mog, Choco Mog, whatever it's called. Right? Pulling lore counters off that. There's not a ton of other lore or sagas that I would even want to play in this deck, so I'm not sure what else she's doing, but those are your 2 signpost uncommons, I guess? Interesting. But yeah. The green one, yeah. That was the one back there. Yeah. You're back? How was it, Dugio? Aggro, yeah, I know. Aggro doesn't look good. This is why my challenge tomorrow could, there's a very high chance I don't make it, not just because variance and everything else, but because this set is not conducive to this kind of challenge, right? I mean, it would go much better if I could play an aggro format and try and get mythic, bronze to mythic in 24 hours in an aggro format. Much more doable. Yeah, you're right. I just feel like aggro is tough. Like, you can go wide like this, but you're just sitting there. It's going to be board stall. Like, there's going to be a lot of board stalls, and I don't know what the best way to break them open is. I mean, inspiration's okay, but not pumping toughness means you go for that alpha strike, and if you don't kill them, you're going to probably lose a lot of your creatures, right? At least they're all going to trade off. Why is this green card all the way over here? I'm confused. Did it just get accidentally pulled over there? I don't know how that ended up there, but I mean, that's kind of interesting. You know, you go 3-drop Scout into Aerith Rescue Mission, give it +3/+3. Like, that's the dream. Otherwise, this is just a 3/2, and then, assuming you keep playing creatures, it's not terrible, I guess. But no trample, no anything else. We got 2 good fight spells with Chocobo Kick and Clash at uncommon. This puts counters on something else. The Gardener is going to be solid. This is going to be a great card in this deck. But all these other ones, yeah, like make it 2/2. That's kind of, I guess it's a 3/2 for the first couple turns. Is this good? Ride the Shoe Puff. I'm not even sure. It does seem powerful, but again, you draw it in the late game. I guess it's okay because it turns into a 7/7 in the late game. Pumping a creature every time a land you control enters is very powerful. That is going to take over the game very quickly, especially in the mid game. If you're, you play this early and you manage to get 2 or 3 land drops out of it, that feels pretty good. It is a do nothing early though, right? You play it and you're not affecting the board or anything. So if it is a slow format, it'll be cards like this that end up shining because they're going to make your creatures bigger than your opponents, and then later it turns into a big creature itself. Just lots of value, right? Not bad. Gunk in her ears. Oh my god. Okay. There you go, Dugio. Good luck with that. Matches will be a slog until someone plays a game warping bomb that keeps flipping into a saga back to a creature. Yeah, that could be it. Again, I think there's an aggro deck that exists, but let's see here. Let's go white-red. See if we can make this interesting here. Let's just go commons and uncommons for now. So Crystal Fragments, I think, is good. I think I would play this in an aggro deck. Magitech Infantry, again, it depends on how many you get. Phoenix down. I don't love this. Restoration Magic, I don't love this. This would have gone in the last deck, the green-white go wide, but we just saw there's very little go wide in the format. I just don't ever think I'm playing this unless I have 3 or 4 of the Aerith Rescue Mission or whatever. This guy kind of sucks. The equipment, yeah. I mean, I would play this in an aggro deck. Definitely play that. Would definitely play that. Not that. Definitely play this. Probably play this. I would play Slash. Omen. The staff is weird, right? I guess I would probably end up playing it. I wouldn't play her. Probably play this. I don't think I would play Galacat either. 3 mana, 3/2, ward 1. Now we're getting to the expensive stuff. Stuff like that. I would play, and I would probably, I wouldn't want to play much after that in an aggro deck. Like, Blazing Bomb's not good. I guess she's pretty good. Thunder Magic's good. Choco Comet isn't even amazing, but it's okay. Haste Magic is probably good. It's not great. This is good. Guess you're playing that guy. That I'm not sure about. It's a 1/1 that gets pumped if you're playing a non-creature spell, except you're an aggro deck, so you're not really playing a ton of non-creature spells. Is this good in an aggro deck? Sabotender? Like, if you play it early, it'll be good for a few damage, but later it's worse. Self-destruct I don't want in a low-to-the-ground aggro deck. Obviously, Suplex is great. I don't think I would play this. Who knows? This is a weird one. I don't think I would play that either in an aggro deck. I think I would play Queen Brawn, though, and the Katana. And then this I would definitely play. This... I don't love. I could see playing it in aggro, but this is like those are long shots. I probably play Barrett. Don't play any of this. And then it's just expensive shit after that. I mean, at common and uncommon, these are the best white-red cards. 5-drop. 2 mana, 1/1 double strike. Yeah, you've got to really lean on the equipment. So I think this archetype in particular is going to be caring about artifacts. All the artifacts. So we looked at a lot of the white-red ones, aside from the rare and mythic ones. I want to look at these. Excalibur is 1. Gain life. Ugh, it's brutal. Threaten, yeah, maybe a 1 of, like, sure. It's usually my 23rd card if I am playing it. Okay, this... Not amazing, is it? The Mythic Buster Sword. Like, they didn't even give a ton of cheap equipment to go with this. Like, this equipment deck, I don't know. There's a bunch of equipment in each color, but it's not insane. Like, Masamune, like, all of the decent ones are rare and mythic. This is probably the best equipment, but now we're getting to 4 mana here. Genji Glove. Like, I wouldn't play Genji Glove or A-tier and Prewin in an equipment deck. They're just too expensive. You know, so you're looking at something like this. This is not amazing. For white-red aggro. Like, this is not, doesn't look fast enough to kill anybody, but I don't know. How many dwarfs are there? This guy you're never seeing. It's just these two. It's these two in white and red, and then there's one in blue-red, and then there's a special guest. Yikes. Okay. All those creatures are starting down to 3 mana wall. I know. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it doesn't look good for aggro here. Even stuff like this guy on turn 2, maybe you get 1 hit in, but a 2/2 that has no way to, like, you know, give himself menace or pump himself or, like, do anything. No prowess. Like, how are you going to continue hitting with something like this? So I picked kind of a rough set to do this challenge. It's going to be very, very difficult. It's very difficult even with an aggressive set. But this set just seems like, oh man, the games are going to go real long, you know? So I'm going to have to play fast. Anyway, we could look at another archetype here. I could do a draft. I'm not going to go too long today. I'm going to finish a little bit early because I have to draft 24 hours starting tomorrow morning. So, but anyway, let's close that up. This was the other draft, draft sim, and close that. Neon Dynasty's back. Only aggro deck. Oh, I've got to ask for a refund. Damn it, and I forgot to do it. Hold on a sec. I'm going to give myself a reminder here. I've got to refund that draft from yesterday. It was so dumb. I've got to put something in my calendar so I remember. Okay. There we go. Blue X Flyers? Yeah, maybe. I haven't even looked at the blue cards yet, but we'll do that tomorrow. We're going to be checking out a bunch of that stuff tomorrow, and hopefully it's not as crazy as yeah, hopefully it's not as slow as I anticipated it to be. But let's jump into another mixed up draft, our last event or whatever before this 24-hour stream. So I think the draft format looks interesting. I think doing a couple of those practice drafts does kind of help you a little bit, familiarize you, you know? But, yeah. Okay. Let's see. See what we got. I could put my headphones back on for this, but didn't see any names I recognize. Ooh, entrancing melody? Gain control of target creature with mana value X. It's pretty powerful. Host is a gold card. This is just 3 mana, 3 damage, instant speed. That's pretty good. Damage can't be prevented. It's kind of ridiculous. Fire Elemental, Refurbished Familiar, Rafter Demon. Not a ton here. I think I kind of like Entrancing Melody. Taking control of a creature is super powerful, obviously. Very, you know, it's a 2-for-1. You kill their creature and you get a creature. Calling a Professional is the safe pick here, but this is so much more powerful. I want to take the blue rare here, I think. This is a weird one. Really shitty blink engine, but because it's so expensive. But I guess you could do something with that as a build around. Anyway. Melody. We're going to draft blue-black control again. Everything's going to be fine. Chromanticore. That's powerful. Quirion Dryad. 3 duels. Warbrier's Blessing. Jailbreak Scheme. 3 mana, put a creature on top of your owner's library is pretty nice. Artifact or creature? That is actually interesting. I think I might take Jailbreak Scheme here. It's only 3? It's pretty good. Queen of Ice is okay, but not amazing. I think I like Scheme better. If there was a blue duel here, I might even take a blue duel, but I don't think, like, the red card's good to cycle, you know, draw a card plus kill a creature. Like, that's going to be a 2-for-1 a lot. I could take it here, but... Dragon. I'm going to take Scheme. Alcoven Encampment. Zir of Remedies. Cares about minus counters. Luminous Bond's just a good removal spell here, so is Completion, basically similar. Coralsmith, Crash and Burn, Direct Current, so some red burn spells here. Could easily be blue-red spells. I think I like Crash and Burn. Instant speed 6 damage is pretty high rate for what you're paying, you know. Like 6 damage for 4 is a lot. Usually you're paying 5 mana at least for 6 damage. Direct Current is good, but double red is not something I want to put in my deck right now. I could take Tamiyo's, that's also a removal spell, but instant speed, I guess they're both instant speed. This, they can save their creature, though, by bouncing it, or they can sack it to something, whatever. Maybe I should just take the blue card here and stay open. But red is starting to interest me here. Whenever another creature you control with power 2 less enters, discard a card, draw a card. If I was an aggressive deck, maybe, but it's shaping up to be not an aggressive deck here. Big chunky red boy I don't want. I think I might just take blue-white duel. See what happens. Maria. Tap an untapped non-token artifact to add green. Wow. Urza for green. Huh. Find land. Wish coin not great. Here's more red cards. Gift of Paradise is interesting. Could be a ramp deck. 5-color ramp? Let's go. Ooh. I like that. Rather than take a double red card here, this is pretty good too. This is 3 mana for 2 damage. And then also does... Yeah, you know what? I'm going to take this. Also does extra damage for instants and sorceries in the yard. Yeah, that's pretty good. Mist Cloaked, another crab. Rakdos Locket. Wrap in Flames. It's not amazing. Thrill, cave. Not a lot else here. Lots of green and white going around. I should not be playing these colors that I'm playing, I think. I think we can tell what's open here, and it's not what I'm in, but we're going to make it work. Sure. Well, pack 2 and 3, we should see a lot of red, but yikes. This is not a great start for us, I think. We're definitely getting cut now. In both colors, it feels like. Thought I saw the red kind of opening up there. Then it got cut off. Saw a couple direct currents, basically. Those are terrible. Candy Trail? Dear God. Yikes. These are both terrible. Still gonna take Candy Trail here. I'm never playing that other thing. Sure. I don't know if I'm gonna play red. Firebolt's my best card. Everything else is mediocre. So I could use, but blue kind of got cut as well. That's the scary thing. So this is rough. It means we're leaving pack 1 without really having a solid, main color locked in, which is not ideal, but not the end of the world, but still. Pack 2, I expect to see a lot of blue and red, but the question is, should I go into those colors knowing that pack 3 I'm going to probably get cut? The answer is no, I shouldn't. If it was just one color, it's not a big deal, but if blue and red are going to be cut in pack 3, then I really can't go, well, there's direct current coming back. Okay. I'm a blue-red spells deck. That's all I know right now. This guy is better than nothing. Wow. Up to 1, up to 1, up to 1? I'll try that, actually. Kind of insane. That means I'm always getting something, and I might even get 2 or 3 things. I mean, I'm always getting 2 things here. I'm going to blow up a land and a creature. I might even get 3. 6 mana is a lot, but blue-red doesn't get access to just unconditional removal. That's not bad. Blue is basically dried up. Blue is just, there's multiple people to my right drafting blue, I'm pretty sure. But yeah. I'm still going to take it in pack 2 because I have a great blue bomb. The best card in my deck is blue. This maybe 3 out of the top 4 are blue, and then I put Firebolt in there. Yeah. Not going to play this, but I'll take it. Green has been the most open color in pack 1 for sure. Let's see. It's a tricky draft format, this one, but the Final Fantasy set also seems tricky. There's if it's a slow format, it's going to be very value based, right? There's going to be a lot of grindy games, which means the deck that's better at grinding card advantage and value off its stuff should have more resources than the other deck and should theoretically win more games, right? The decks that have good late game engines, recursion engines, grind you out, decks that aren't going to deck themselves, that kind of stuff. Jeez. Not much for us here. This guy's one of the best cards in the pack. Probably the best card. We've got some blue cards here. We've got Frostbite is just shock because I can't put Snowlands in my deck. Ansel. God, that's bad. I'm just taking Frostbite. Double blue is kind of rough here with direct current. I take Master Splicer. I do have Azorius Guildgate, but yeah, the Elixir. I'm hoping it's good. That's what I keep saying every time I see it. I'm like, I don't want to pick this, but I feel like this is good. I feel like this card, I want this card to be good. I want to draft a deck where this card is good, and in that deck it will be great. You know what I mean? The Elixir. But I don't know if that's viable. I think it's more viable than aggro, actually, in that format, after seeing some of the cards and the drafts and the packs going around. Ooh, Eye of Vecna's powerful. I think I'm going to take that. I can't... Kind of surprised somebody passed me that. It goes in basically every deck. Edifice of Authority is pretty interesting. I've had success with that. Both of those are really nice. I'm a kind of a controlling deck here. Run aground. Electromancer and Riverwinder are probably great in my deck, but Twin Bolt. I mean, I'm a blue deck. I'm still taking Eye of Vecna. It's so silly. Yeah. These ain't even big flyers. Yeah, I mean, yeah, rares and mythics, and then it's like 3 power flyers. There's a couple there's a few 2 power flyers, but there's some 3s. There's almost no 4 power flyers at common and uncommon. I can't even think of one. Bears of Lit. Wow, why is this so big? Oh my god. What the shit? Can you do that now? Oh, I didn't know you could make it that big. Make a 2/2 shapeshifter, and then they become 4/4s. And then it punches somebody. Could try something like that. Yeah, I've never actually done that before. Interesting. Another Firebolt? I should probably just take another Firebolt here. It's better. This does seem interesting, but I've got one white card I could potentially splash. I could switch and splash a green card instead. But I think I'd much rather just have this. Yeah, so you're right. And there's no, like, overrun. There's no, like, pump all the team, give them +2/+2 and trample. There's only give +2/+0 and no trample. Wow, is this a good one? Hell yeah. Final Flare is Dees. Drill. I would even play this. This is a fantastic card in our deck. This might wheel, but probably not. Take the Sloop. Divination's great here too, but like I said, I knew I was going to get hooked up in Pack 2, so even though this might seem great, I'm a little worried still. Pack 3 is not going to be kind to us. Hoping not to play Candy Trail. Boombox kind of sucks, but we shall see. Good red removal. Probably not going to play Wrap, but no creatures. Deck seems great. One creature, just the way I like it. I don't rely on my minions
to do my dirty work.
Sack a creature, it's like Atog. This guy's interesting. Singy Bellstrike, Windstrider, Emergence. Ooh, Thunderhead Gunner's very good. Yeah, I'm gonna take this guy. This is the kind of card that you would gloss over in a lot of formats, but because I played Aether Drift and drafted this guy, I know how good he is. This guy is actually amazing. He ended up being one of the highest win rate red commons, if I'm not mistaken. And just free discard draw, like that's gross. Even just once a turn. Then he's a nice chunky body. Love it. Anyway. Scab Clan Berserker, Scab Clan. 3 mana 2/2 haste, Renown 1. Right. It isn't Renown. It just gives itself +1/+1 once. And then it deals 2. Double red card? Aggressive double red card? I guess so. I love Geothermal Kami as well. Hot Tub Kami. I think I want a cheap creature here. Cyclops. Keldon Raider is good too. 2 oil on it. Yeah, I think I'm going to take Raider here. Mirror Shell's actually better. I'm going to take Mirror Shell. Never mind, I just noticed the Mirror Shell there. Could be not blue here, to be honest. I think I'm still going to be blue, though. Probably not going to touch white for this, but yeah. Ooh, very nice. Right now I just have a couple Firebolts. Yeah, entrancing melody bring back is pretty nice. I think I will take the elementalist over these two. I've already got a big chonky body in gunner here at the top end. Could use another one, I guess crab in a pinch, no pun intended. But so I'm not going to take that blue 4/5 hexproof or whatever it is. Nice. So both the blue cards wheeled, both red cards. This sucks, but Frostbite wheeling is pretty good. I could just take another shock here. This sucks that it's only 2 damage though. Radical idea better? I think I have other card draw and stuff. I'm gonna just take a shock. Wow. Okay, so River Winder's pretty good. I have so many spells here. I have 9 instants and sorceries going into pack 3. I think Electromancer's got to be better, right? Makes Entrancing Melody so much better, and I'm gonna try that. Goblin Electromancer deck. Let's go. Volley. Oh, and Pillar Drop wheeled as expected. Pillar Dropped is fantastic. Anything that buys spells back is gonna get really good. Because, yeah, we're going to get a bunch of good removal. Nice. We get the 3 mana 5 damage spell. Oh, you got to sack a creature, though. Oh, right. Okay, never mind. Probably not playing that. I'll just take the red card for cutting purposes. So 2 ways to buy back spells is sweet. Because we have Entrancing Melody. Like, that's all I need now. Entrancing Melody with any of my buyback stuff should be enough to win the late game, right? Yeah, this is not a great card. I'm not going to play it. And Cyclops last. I guess that's actually playable in my deck. Ooh, Invisible Stalker. I don't have any equipment or anything to put on this guy, but this is an absolutely obnoxious card. If you've ever played against Invisible Stalker, you know exactly what I'm saying. 6 mana, 6/5 Menace is not impressive. There's a lot of 5 mana, 5 power guys that are going to trade with that. I mean, Menace, I guess. You trade with a token plus a guy. This is interesting. I definitely have a ton of cheap spells going to my graveyard, so mutation should be like 1 mana. It's going to be Swords to Plowshares, right? But Invisible, I think it'll wheel. I mean, actually, no, there's no other blue cards in this pack. I could take Magnifying Glass too. I'm not, you know, averse to that, but I'll take Stalker here, and let's see if Stalker can do something. Godric? Ooh. Kind of interesting. Haste can't be blocked. Interesting. I have Invisible Stalker and this? Oh, I should probably take this guy, though. This guy might wheel. Oh, man. What's going to wheel from this pack? There's not a lot of red-blue. Oh, man. Godric. 2 or more permanents ETB. I don't know if I can make that happen in my deck. I don't think I can. I think I'm just going to take Stormfleet Sprinter here. And I really, really hope I will wheel the Harbinger. I already have Electromancer making stuff cheaper. That's okay. Ooh, I like this. I'm going to take Read the Tides here. I can buy it back with multiple cards. And if I get to cast this more than once in a game, that should be the game. Windstorm Drake's fine, but it's just a dork. Same with this guy. This guy's good. Earshot. Nice. I don't want that red card. So this is a nice big sorcery to bring back. And I really should. Now I'm regretting not taking the 1/3 that taps for blue mana. Right. A decent defensive card. It's not terrible. I guess I'll take that. I don't really want the Raptor. Yeah, make 2 bodies, sure. Spire Bluff Canal. Better than Stone Blades. Yeah, that's a great pickup for us here. Probably not playing these dual lands. Ooh. Creature attacks target creature an opponent controls can't block. Okay, aggressive. 4 mana, 5 mana, Arsonist, and this guy. I guess I'll take the uncommon here. Not crazy about this. Let's try it. I'm getting more aggressive than I kind of want to be here. But I have Sprinter, I have Invisible Stalker. I probably don't play this. Right now I have no equipment to go on it. You really want to play Stalker and then have like a piece of equipment. If you can give lifelink and put an equipment, you know, on him that gives lifelink as well, oh boy. Then they can just never race you, right? Double Strike. I've got so much little stuff. Little damage. I don't know if I'm going to play this. It's too much small damage stuff, you know? I've got Frostbite, I've got Direct Current and Firebolt. Like, everything does 2 or 3. And I have tough time killing big stuff. I don't want to play any of this. Damn it. Not amazing here. But it's slowly, I don't know, it looks not bad. Wow, none of the blue and black, or blue and red cards wheeling. It's not good. I mean, I have playables here, but I have enough playables. Just hoping to get a couple things on the wheel, though, right? This is 11 creatures with 25 spells. I've got to make a couple cuts. How aggressive do I want to be? I don't think I'm going to play Invisible Stalker, and I don't... Boombox, this is where Boombox might actually be my only answer to a giant thing. Because otherwise I have Frostbite, I have Double Firebolt. I mean, Firebolt can do a lot of damage, actually. This guy sucks. All the green cards. Wrap in Flames, I could definitely see cutting. I don't know if I love that. 1 damage to 3 things. They can't block, but it like so much of my stuff already either flies, menace, can't be blocked. Ooh, this guy wheeled. Okay, that's a nice little pickup there. I think I like him. Yeah, okay. That's what I wanted. 1 more decent card on the top end. Power Stone's kind of useless. I think Crackling Cyclops is actually going to be good in our deck. I'm going to keep him here too. What am I going to cut? Melody's awesome. Sure. Neither of these are great. Not going to play either one. And we're not going to play that. Okay. I've got a good top end here. I've got good recursion. I don't have any way to put cards back in my deck from my graveyard, which is unfortunate. I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. But, you know, is this and this the kind of deck I'm playing here? I don't think it is. Like, super aggressive attacking on the ground? I don't think I need that. But if I cut those, I have 9 creatures. That makes things like, you know, boosted sloop. Like, I'm not going to be able to crew this very often. Oh, I can definitely cut Shore Up. Let me I'll put the Berserker back in. Thrill. Electromancer is going to be good. Mirror Shell's kind of like a 3. I think Crackling Cyclops is going to be good. Wrap in Flames is kind of weak. I could definitely see getting rid of Wrap in Flames as well. Target creature can't block. It's only a 2/2 though, right? I could try it like this. I think I could play this. Invisible Stalker. I already have a dude that can't be blocked. And Invisible Stalker is just 1 damage a turn is too slow, right? I'm just going to keep slamming them with this and then hopefully hold everything else off with my removal. I didn't get much counter magic. I would just only have the crab. I've got Tamios and Boombox to deal with huge things. And then Read the Tides can just win the game out of nowhere. Same with Entrancing Melody, rebuy Entrancing Melody. So I like this. I'm going to run this 17 lands. It looks good to me. Any last comments or forever hold your peace? No? Okay, great. Let's go.
I don't want your input, chat. Do you understand me?
Just kidding. You guys look you guys look beautiful today. Did I tell you that yet? You look amazing.
You look so beautiful today.
It's true. You look great.
You look really good.
You had a great start to the day. You cleaned up, you shaved, whatever it is. You got, maybe you're wearing some new piece of clothing. Maybe you're just wearing comfortable clothing, but you're like, today's gonna be a great day. I'm looking good. Maybe you're having a great hair day. That's what it is. Captain Chaos. All right, let's get him. I D-ranked here from whatever we were. I think I was platinum or something. 2 of my top end cards in the opener. Double red card. This is ugly. And I'm on the play. I should mulligan this. Okay, I think I'm gonna put Read the Tides on the bottom. Spire Bluff, go. Deck's amazing. Mana's amazing. I'm gonna play this. Lose 2 and draw. Okay. Give stuff haste. No, I'm not gonna do that yet. Okay, nice. So I can either go Scab Clan, swing, but then I'm trading. Alright, let's take this slow. I don't want to trade this. The other guy had Riot. This has Renown. So I actually have to deal damage to them. Then it becomes a 3-3. If I swing with this, they're just going to block. Kind of, if I didn't know I was going to draw a mountain there, so I couldn't activate Vecna. Had I known I was going to draw a red source, I would have tapped my Spire Bluff and my island. But so we kind of wasted 2 mana. That makes me sad. But let's see what they do here. Blue-red mirror. Got the pumps. Got the mumps. Nope. Whatever I play here, they're going to counter. I'm going to go for Scab Clan first. Let them counter that. Fleet Sprinter is the one I want to resolve, and this. Oh, really? Maybe they have a removal. Punch you. Oh, okay. It's going to come back next turn. I think I'm going to Eye of Vecna, draw a card. Ooh, Drake's nice. I would have loved that in my deck. Yes. Okay. Ooh, I like Cyclops. Non-creature spell. So I could Boosted Sloop, pump the Cyclops, swing. I can also draw a card here. I could play Elementalist and just bring back Frostbite and then swing and threaten the... Oh no, but then it'd only be 1 pump, right? But that's still enough. Yeah, maybe that's the play here. Just Elementalist back the Frostbite. Whoa. Okay, Fat Dork. This is what I was worried about. I don't know if I can beat a card like that. Pass? They're reading. They're doing math. Yeah. They have a combat trick or removal spell. And I'm in trouble. Sure. Pumps. Or kill my guy or something. There it is. Why didn't they attack with Crackling Drake? If they had that. What are they doing? And they have another 5-drop? I don't think I can win now. Not with these little dorks. Draw some cards. This doesn't block. Okay, so that's doing 6. That's kind of what I needed here. Let's lock down Monstrosaur. No attacks. Okay, what does this even do? Can't attack or block alone. Okay, well that's interesting. So I could Frantic Firebolt the Crackling Drake, and then just hopefully they can't attack with this guy? Not sure. Sure. Okay, that's not gonna do anything. No. Ooh, I like that. How many cards? 24. Yeah, that's nice. Let's do this. Yes. Probably gonna Firebolt the Drake? I think I might have to Firebolt the other dude though, right? Drake is good. Oh god, he's getting bigger. Need my other spell that buys stuff back. Jeez, they have all giant creatures apparently in their deck. Draw. That is not gonna do it. I die. Okay, unfortunate game 1 there. Our little removal ran into 5-drop, 6-drop, 7-drop, like over and over and over there. 4-drop that has 4 toughness. I couldn't kill. Needed to find that, whatever I had there, that 3-mana removal spell a little bit sooner, and then maybe I could have stabilized, but that 3-mana removal spell is pretty gross. It was doing 6-7 damage there at the end, but drew it too late. Took too much. Try again. Yeah, we had an ugly opening hand. Even our second hand was not amazing, but I think we could have gotten there if our opponent's creatures didn't line up so well against us. Patry. Sure. Don't love this hand, but we're keeping it. Ooh, good start. Let's see if we can draw a blue mana here. Nope. Need to find any mana here. We get a 2/2 menace. Aha. Amazing. Let's go with this guy first. Let's see if they want to trade. I'm happy to trade here, actually. Do I get to attack? Do I get to hit you? I don't think they'll let me hit them, right? Trade my 3-mana card for your 1-mana card. Oh, for a combat trick? Fine with that too. Okay, so I get to trade for a card. This thing I can put back on top of their library. 1, 2... Yeah, if I actually draw a blue source here, I think I can actually cast both spells. What? Lagomos. This Wrap in Flames looking fucking amazing. terrible. This thing's just coming back, but I just need to save damage here. There's not much else I can do. Kind of annoying. Removal. Need my removal. Not this garbage, but my actual removal. Please. I have the double firebolts. Yeah, Frostbite's not doing it. I would steal that Legomos if we had the other thing, but no such luck. At least I drew a land. Going to 5 next turn, maybe? Sure. I die to shock. Okay. So many red sources. Could bounce their dudes. Yeah, I mean, I could just draw some cards here. I'm at 8. Okay, let's just get this out of my face. And I'm going to pass because I need to block Legomos. So next turn I can go Elementalist, Electromancer. Bring back Read the Tides. And then maybe draw cards off it. Sure. Gets a counter. Okay. Okay. Wrap only dealing 1 has been absolutely terrible in my deck. I don't know. Maybe I should cut this card. It is bad. But I thought I'd be in a position where I'd be more aggressive, but both my opponents have been more aggressive than me. We'll take 4. Bonk. Okay. Need to draw some cards here. The Horde. Ooh, nice. Okay. Nope. Not anything relevant. I mean, I have to bounce 2 things, but if I bounce Diregraph Horde or Thieving, or Thriving, they just come back bigger. Yeah, it's brutal. Okay. Pass. Removal. Need some removal here. Let's see. Let's try to figure it out. Could not block the Decayed Zombie here and just double block the big guy, but if I do that, I think I'm dead. I'm gonna do it. They have it, I lose. I can't beat a pump spell here. Okay. Maybe it's shock to the face. Bring a thing back. Sure. Okay. Sad. Big Sag. Not enough. If I had drawn a red removal spell there, I think I can kill that thing for 6. But no such luck. Oof, a bad start here for blue-red. I don't think the deck looks that bad, but not great draws. Our opponent's having really good draws. Both of our opponent's decks doing the thing well. I couldn't have punished my blue-red opponent there because I'm not aggressive enough. I guess an aggro deck would have been good against that blue-red deck, but I think aggro sucks in this format. This mixed up draft, it's very hard to build like a really good aggro deck. I feel like there's just too much random stuff in the packs, like just packs with no aggressive creatures. The random draft in Irian, yeah, mixed up draft, I think it's called. Sure, let's try this. This is our best opening hand so far. I do have a double red 3-drop here, but Basking Brood Scale. Alright, I will just kill that now, I guess. Cyclops, good draw. Not going to leave up the counter this early, not on turn 3. If I do counter something, I want it to be something bigger than 3. If I'm going to pay 3 to counter it. Huh. I don't really care about that card. I kind of just want to play Pillar Drop. I just kind of attacked to see if they would block. Should I just not pump it? Okay. It makes it look like I have some kind of pump spell or something, so maybe they still give me credit down the line. Ooh, tap my 1/5, okay. So I get punished, sure. I could play Skob Clan Berserker. I don't really want to Tamiyo's Completion any of this shit, though. I'm gonna pass. Cycling Mirror Shell to counter does not, or not cycling, channeling, whatever, does not trigger Cyclops, sadly. But, see what happens here. Hopefully opponent doesn't attack here. But I don't know what they're going to play. 5 is starting to get like scary mana levels, so I like leaving up Counterspell here. My attack with this guy was no good. I mean, they're just going to trade Frost Links for it, and that's it. So I want to complete one of their guys. I clear the board a little bit, and then see if I can... Sure. And then see if I can get in with Berserker. Yeah, so we'll counter the 5. I'm sure they have more than that. I could have Tamiyo's completed it, I guess. Ooh, bring back a spell? Pretty good. I can't cast it again this turn, but the shock is actually not bad. Let's just pass. They don't have any good attacks here. I need to find lands. I need to, like, if I had a 5th land already, I would be able to double spell this turn, but I'm missing multiple land drops here. It's a problem. Hopefully they respect my blue mana, but they're gonna have to start casting something. That doesn't really matter. Okay. Sure. Yeah. See if they counter this. Okay. The only tap land in my deck. Awkward. I'm gonna do this. I don't think it's... Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I don't think it's gonna resolve, but now they're gonna resolve something huge. I need another land next turn, and maybe I can read the tides and bounce it. There it is. What does it do? I mill that many cards. Okay. They wouldn't care about that getting countered. They could just bring that back, right? What to do here? I could Elementalist, get the shock back. They're at 18. I just can't punch in with the Cyclops is the annoying thing, right? Yeah, I'm gonna do this. Unfortunately, I can't swing with Cyclops here. It's only going to be a 3/4. I mean, I could trade Frostbite and Cyclops for the Swarm, but 2 for winning myself is not what I'm into. They have 2 cards left. So for every creature that attacks me, whenever you attack one more creatures, okay, yeah. So they're gonna maybe mill me for a few cards here. Sure. Go nuts. It's milling me for 1. Nice, thanks. Perfect. I immediately block. I take nothing. That does nothing. Sure, now I can attack with some stuff. Okay, ooh, Searchlight, not bad. That threatens to trade with Swarm. Berserker. So the Frostbite is gonna trigger the Cyclops. So why don't I go Direct Current this. I'm gonna discard Berserker here. Just not getting through these little 1/3s and 2/2s and all that shit. Kill that. And then combat. Punch. I've got the 3/4 Cyclops that I can pump if I Frostbite again. Really? They must have a counterspell or something here, right? What, like, why did they play into this? They know I had that. Last card? I mean, it's their last card, so if they play a counter, that's fine. My prowess trigger, or whatever that trigger is on the stack, so even if they can stop this Frostbite... Okay. I think I'll put it on the bottom. Okay. I take 2. So they can attack me and mill some cards. I get to read the tides. That's pretty good. I think I'm just gonna bounce token, bounce 4/4, and then swing. Actually, why am I doing that? I should just play Boosted Sloop here already. I block. They can't get through my Pillar Drop Warden. Dude's awesome. Sure. Surveil. Okay. Kind of like double spelling here. Too bad I don't have my Ogre anymore, but that's fine. Do this. Swing. Oof, beautiful. I don't need that. Okay, I have 21 cards left. In comes 4/4. I mill 1. Gonna be swinging back with boosted sloop here very soon. My opponent knows that. They do it. I mill a land. Thank you, buddy. Okay. I can bring back Frostbite again if I want, remember? Ooh, Entrancing Melody. What are the odds they have a counter spell here? I'm gonna do this. See if they counter that first. They do not. We crew. Sure. Yeah, I think I'm fine with that. Ouch. Okay, I like that guy too, but Entrancing's better. They have they have a 6-drop. I can't take it, can I? I should have dumped Enchanting, I think. Let's kill the 1/3. Put them to 6. They don't get to surveil. And then I can take a cheap creature here and try and kill them. Yeah, they're gonna have to tap out basically to play this guy. Can they double spell? We'll see. I think I'm just gonna take this. Oh, they go to 1 here? My bad. Okay, still think I've got them. Yeah, nice. Finally winning one. Boros, only 1 game did good. I was like, I'm not gonna tempt fate. Only 1 draft, you mean? What do you mean 1 game? You're talking about drafting this format? Bag, how you doing, buddy? You only did 1 draft with Boros? How did you do? 7-0? Nice. I didn't see... Aggro seems like it's a very hard thing to put together in this format, but I guess it depends what you open, but... Is there a possibility of opening like something like a Ragavan in this set? In this draft? I think it's from like all the sets... Or no, it's all the standard league... Or no. It's all the regular sets on Arena, so it's not counting... But I mean, they have Modern Horizons cards, but it's not like Lord of the Rings cards and stuff like that, right? Chillin'? Yeah, thank you, buddy. Yeah, I am doing pretty well. Getting ready for that 24-hour stream tomorrow, so... I think I'm only going to go... Well, right after this draft is over, I'm probably going to stop streaming. I've got to go shopping, buy some stuff, and, you know, supplies. Treats? Sure, let's give Neo some treats here. Alright. Hurry before my opponent comes back. Treat? He's not listening. He's not interested right now. If he comes in here, I'll let you know. We'll give him a treat. Yeah, sure. Buddy. I'm not going to leave up the red on 1. How you doing? Bam, a little snossage for this guy. There you go, that's from Bag. Good boy. Boom. Ox. Go. Nice little card to steal with Entrancing Melody. Pass. This is doing 5 damage already? Playing blue-red control over here. Go. That's what the deck should be doing. Mm-hmm. I could boombox here. Blow up that land, that gateway plaza. Very tempting. They're obviously splashing for something, but maybe they're just Sultai, and they've already got their colors. So I'm going to err on the side of, I'm going to boombox something better than this. But if they play some 3-color legend that ETBs and does something, I'm going to be like, oh my god, no. Sure. Let's see. That happens. Okay, not terrible. I could crew there, but I want to trigger Renown. I'll ditch Wrap. Now we've got Searchlight. When an opponent casts a non-creature spell, this deals 2 damage to them. That is very good. Now that I'm Renowned. This does 7 damage. 6 damage right now. And I have Melody X is 4 right now. It's pretty good. Steal a 4-drop. I blew up their 6th land. Okay. Kill this. Okay. Not much I can do about that. That's fine. I don't think I'm gonna trade this. So I can just go Elementalist. Put the Frostbite in my hand. I'm not going to kill that guy on my turn because they could play an instant and save him. But if I kill him, if I shoot him on their turn, they can't just play anything to save that guy. Because he's not going to get bigger. They have to play specifically some kind of way to protect him. You know what I mean? If I go for this on my end step, they could just go instant speed, draw a card, and save him. Whoa. Okay. if they want to fight over this. Any non-creature spell they play, they take 2. Oh, Syncopate. Okay. Ooh, Vecna's not bad. I think I'm just gonna Entrancing here. It's just too good. I'm gonna keep that in hand. They could have a way to make me discard a card here very easily with black mana. Okay. They're in trouble. Mind Control is a hell of a drug. Better than Mind Control because it's a sorcery, so they can't just, you know, destroy an enchantment to get this guy back. Okay, they take 2. Yeah, the Scab Clan Berserker. Yeah. There's the removal spell. I already have another one in my hand. Cool. Okay, we're clinging to life here. 2 and 2, I think, right now. Yeah, let's keep going. Yeah, I've got to go back to the thing yesterday and find the clip of us having that ridiculous moment where the draft screwed up and gave me a loss instead of a win and kicked me out of the tournament. I beat my opponent, and when I got back to the lobby, the previous opponent had bugged. In the previous game, I was about to beat my opponent, and then the game just, like, they disconnected, and we went back to the lobby, and my record hadn't changed, and I was like, what? That was my win, and it just got, like, I don't know what happened there. And then the next game I played, I beat my opponent, and it gave me a win and a loss at the same time, and knocked us out. It was bizarre. Yikes. What a great hand, but no red mana. Okay. Vecna, do your dirtiest. Mirror Shell, not terrible. Oof, 6 drop. Okay. At least I can leave up mana next turn. Should I draw with Vecna? I think maybe I should, because 2/2. Oh, son of a bitch. Okay, whatever. At least I know I have a land drop for the next turn, so I can go completion on this idiot, maybe? What does this do? Sure. Maybe I completion that guy. Need to keep making land drops here. Maybe I will draw 2, just so I can play Sprinter and block? I don't know. One playing Junk. Ooh, that's a good one. They're gonna lose a bunch of life. What am I playing here? Ooh, not bad. Okay. Ugh. Kill the Echo? Kill the Dark Confidant there? Should kill this thing, I think. God, that sucks. Yeesh. Yeah, these little shock effects are bad. Frostbite is amazing when you can play Snowlands, but no Snowlands, and oof. They just took 5 off that. Yikes. 5-2? Sure. I think I'm gonna die. Land? Not a blue land. I get to do this, but it's not amazing. I could go Elementalist Shock as well. Maybe that's better. And I have a body to block with. Oh. Discover 3 into a 4/4. Amazing. All right. I'm gonna lose. Thank you, Extra Humor, for the lurk. Appreciate you. Yeah, so I think that's the draft. So I have about 45 minutes left, and then I was gonna stop, but yeah, pretending to sleep. We go 2 and 3 in that last one. Yeah, that deck did not look amazing. Anyway, we get a free draft from yesterday at least. I've got to remember to redeem that, or message them or whatever, and send them the log. Okay, Bloodstained Mire, not bad. Open our packs. Yeah, so tomorrow should be fun. We'll do the... Oh, what is this? Phantom bot draft? It's Dragonstorm bot draft? It's free? What is this shit? What? What is this garbage? Is this Untapped being stupid again? Is that... It's Untapped doing that crap, right? Update? I don't know. Okay, good, it stopped. It's updating. Codus sucks for a first pick. Aegis Sculptor is okay. Oh, they're coming back. God damn it. Yeah, they updated and then it... Come on, show draft overlay. Deck building overlay. Yeah, auto turning that on pisses me off. Mana base. Oh, mana base helper is good. Yeah, I like that. Show deck building overlay? I don't even know. Yeah, whatever. Just get those ugly ass ratings off of here. This is bot draft. We can take our time. I could go effortless master here. I don't like starting with a gold card, but Sagu Wildling. Land. I don't love Codus. I could start with a blue card here. 4 mana, 2/3. Eat your graveyard to grow. Kind of like Sagu Wildling, to be honest. I think I'm going to try that. Wingblade is amazing. Want a double spell every turn, so I'm definitely going to take that. Reverberating Summons, Auroral Procession, there's Molten Exhale. Swift Water. Yeah, this guy's really, really insane. I think I'm going to take him over Molten Exhale. Jasper. Get that double spell. Kieran. This guy's not incredible. Mardu Outpost. Wow. Molten and Piercing Exhale and Dispelling Exhale. Okay. Teamer it is. Encroaching? Ooh, this guy's insane too. Yeah, we're just going to be 5-color dragons here. There's Mammoth Bellow. I'm going to start taking lands. Hopefully get some Dragon Globes or whatever they're called. Okay, take the Evolving Wilds here. Ooh, Thorn. Oh, and this guy? Jeez. Okay, I think I've got my big beefy boom booms covered. Just start taking lands. Yeah. Lands, perfect. Red, green land. That's exactly what I want to see here. Black, red land, not amazing. This guy wield? Wingblade Disciple. I'm not sure how much double spelling we're going to do in this deck now, but we'll see. I'll just take land. I guess I'll take this. Serpent's good. Pummeler. Devotee probably won't make the deck. Stag probably won't make the deck. Sarkin. ETB, behold a dragon to make a treasure. And then dragons make him bigger. I don't think I love that guy. Rebuke. Worthy cost is not amazing. I could just take Dur Island Dragon or Opulent Palace. Or Evolving Wilds. Arsit's Rebuke. Arsit's Rebuke isn't terrible. I think the dragons are pretty good too. Maybe I just take a dragon here. Hey, Professor, how you doing, buddy? Thanks. It's going well. Yeah, I'm doing well. How are you? Hopefully you're doing well. Fresh start. Botanist is really good here too. Boulder dragon. Botanist is very good. I think I'm gonna take botanist here. We're kind of green-blue base. Equilibrium adept. Yeah, we're not. I don't know how if we're doing the double spell thing. There's Rakshasa's bargain. That's pretty good. Durgar's also good. I'm looking for those globes, but they're not. The bots aren't passing them. Dragon Brood's relic. Oh, that's the yeah. I mean, when you crack this thing, it's very good. But I think I should just take green-blue duel here. Constrictor Sage is not bad either. Black-green duel? Or maybe it's just Roamers. Yeah, let's take Roamers routine. The ramp card in here. Kieran Kintree Severance is fine because yeah, we're going to be playing a bunch of colors here. Sultai Devotee over that other stuff. Probably not going to play Teamer Devotee at this point. Here's a whiff. Non-creature, non-land card. Piercing Exhale. Probably not going to play it, but we'll see. I did just pick up a Death Toucher. Whisper. I'm going to take Boulderborn. In case we get the other thing. Sure. Oh, did that go in my sideboard? No, yeah, okay, good. Dragon Brood's Relic. I guess so. Another Nightblade Brigade, jeez. Doing good, nice. Oh, sweet. Okay, yeah, you've been looking at the set. Me as well. I'm going to be doing 24 hours of the new set starting tomorrow, so come check it out. Kind of like the Molten Exhale over Overwhelming Surge here. Yeah, I think I'm going to take that over this guy. And Dragon's Prey. I don't want to touch black too much here. I'm not even really touching it at all. Like, I could just play 4 mana for this and it's fine. Knockout maneuvers, whatever. I'd probably just take the Surge. I could take some... Yeah, maybe I take dual land here. Actually, that's better. Yeah. Another green-black or green-red dragon. Sagu Wildling. The Vigilance Reach Death Touch guy is pretty good too. You know what? Maybe I'm going to take him. Effortless. Roamers. Blue-black duel. I could play this guy. Am I going to be playing 2 or more spells very often? I'm not sure about that. Already got 1 Roamer's routine. I don't think I'm going to play this guy. 4/3 Vigilance Menace. I think I'm just ramping. I'm going to take this. Earth Carver, another Exhale. I'm definitely going to snag that. 3 Exhales, pretty nice. There's the Dragonstorm Globe. That's what I wanted. Oh, I would play this too. Jeez, maybe I should take this over the Globe. Is that crazy? Yeah, I'm gonna take the Sweet Dragon. I think my fixing's already great. Yeah, there's more fixing. Instant sorcery back to your hand. That's not bad. Exile a creature from graveyard to put a spell back in my hand. I think I'm just gonna take the white blue duel though. That seems better. This is not great. I don't really want another one of these or these. So whatever. Black-red duel, not what I want. Sure. Learn a lot. Yeah, hopefully I get some good games in. I have no idea how it's gonna go, so you know, because it's a new set and I'm trying something new this time. I'm really gonna try and get to Mythic as quickly as possible. I don't know what that's gonna look like, but it's gonna be interesting. I think this set is just unfortunately too slow for me to be able to do it. I think that's what's gonna end up happening, but yeah, I like the idea, and I think in future sets I definitely have a higher chance of doing it. But this time it's gonna be kind of crazy. I might be forcing aggro a lot. Okay, probably not playing this. That's 40 cards. And did not get a single globe. I did see one go by, but splashing white for a couple of really good cards. Remember, this is a 2-mana red card. That I can just play over and over and over. So yeah, I never really need to do this. This is the only white card. I never need to do this as a 6-mana 5/4 or whatever. Still very good though. Is there anything else I want to play? I don't think I need another top end card. Windblade Disciple is not great here, but he's such a lightning rod that I think it's fine. Piercing Exhale should be good. I've got 13 creatures. That's not terrible. Good removal. My fixing should be good. Am I gonna actually put a plains in my deck? 3 white. Oh, Dragon Brood's Relic is not great. I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to crack this. I could. I have all the colors, but I could put something like this in the main deck. Dragon's Brood, or Dragon Broods, is pretty rough, right? Anything paired with black? Yeah, black has been good for me too. I mean, I've been just practice drafting, but I've been ending up in black. I feel like a lot of the black cards are really good, but Warzov Aristocrats, you mean in standard bag? Like a standard, like a constructed thing. They were looking at the new set for constructed. Maybe, yeah, that's crazy. I feel like I can actually activate that in this deck, so I'm gonna play it. Boulderborn is not amazing. I don't have the payoffs for this with the globes and everything else. Could see cutting this and playing, I don't know, maybe something defensive. Snowmelt Stag. Snowmelt is not even great. Maybe Heritage Reclamation. I only have 13 creatures though. If I cut this, I want to put in another creature, I think. This is 2 white sources, plus this is 3. 4, 5. Oh no, these don't get, yeah, never mind. 3 white for basically 1 white card. I think that's fine. I have 2 white lands. I want 9 green sources here, I think. So I'm going to cut 1 red. 6 blue, 7, 8, 9 blue. 4, 5, 6. 7, this guy makes red. 8, this thing makes red. Yeah, something like that seems better. I'm not even going to play basic planes. All right, let's just play some random games with this deck. See how we do. Hey, Muffed, what's up? Resentful Revelation? I don't know what that is. Mr. Streamer, do you think Resentful Revelation? I don't know what it is. Full Copium. Esper Omni? I don't even know what Esper Omni looks like. Hold on. What does that card do? Resentful Revelation. I'm going to Scryfall here. I can keep this. Resentful. Oh, that thing. Look at the top 3 of your library, put one in your hand, the rest in your graveyard. In a what deck? In Esper Omni. Yeah, I don't think it's good, though. I think the blue cards that do that stuff are much better. Okay, I'm not going to kill that guy, so let's just play tap land. The blue cards that like look at the top cards and put them in your graveyard, whether it's Philology Archaeologist, Moment of Truth, Roiling Dragonstorm, all that stuff is better. Yeah. We create the archetype, but first you need a reason. Why are we creating an archetype? Like, why are we playing black? That card is worse than the blue card draw spells, so that's not the reason. Why are you actually playing black? Sell me on that first, then we can talk about how you build your deck, because yeah, I guess if you're playing Esper Omni, you could play that, but I still think I would rather play blue ways to do the same thing, right? I do have the dragon in hand, so I can play this with Flash. Pass. Pretty lucky. Pretty much the best answer in the entire set to Dragon Sniper. Okay. Land? Thank you. Okay. Pummel bags. But yeah, why are we playing black? New cards? You boomer? What? I like winning. Why would you play with new cards when you could just win instead? What new cards? I don't want to play with new cards if they're bad. I want to play with good stuff. Is anything good in this new set? I don't know. Let's just play the dragon, right? What is this guy? Pump. Oh, sack another creature. Sure, let's swing. Let's see what happens. Really? Get wrecked, I guess. Sure, let's do that. 2 for 1? Sounds good. Your turn. Devotee makes black. That means this costs only 3 mana, but yeah. Will it change with FF? No. I don't know. I don't think so. Unless, I mean, it could be CFT Soccer or somebody like that comes up with some crazy brew that, you know, nobody can see coming except that person. Barring that, no. No, I don't think anything. I think very little of the set is actually going to even see play in top level standard. It'll see play in low level standard, on the arena ladder. Like, if you just want to have fun on the ladder, yeah, go for it. But, like, I mean, if you want me to be honest, like, you shouldn't be playing black. That's crazy. There's no black card that is good enough that makes me want to, you know, play that. Why didn't I just play my dragon there? That was dumb. Okay. Sure. Draw 2, I guess. Pass. You know, there's no black card that makes, because again, adding a third color is a huge drawback. Like, it's a huge hit to the deck. Your deck gets way worse adding a third color. So the only way that's worth it is if you're putting something in that's so good that it's making up for that hit to your consistency, right? And yeah, like, there's nothing. Omni's too finely tuned. Like, that deck is just like a finely tuned combo deck. There's not a ton of room to experiment with crazy stuff. Like, it's just gonna almost guaranteed be a worse version of what you're already doing, right? Just play this. No attacks. And that's the sad part. It's just, you know, I wish I could tell you that it wasn't that. Like, that's not the case, but that's just Magic. That's how Magic is. 95% of the cards in every single set are not good enough for high-level competitive play. But that doesn't mean you can't have fun with them at your local game store, brew whatever deck you want. Hell, you can even take it to a big tournament. But usually like an RC is $80, almost $90 Canadian to play in the regional championship. It was like $80 for me. So if I'm going to pay $80 to play in a high level tournament, I'm not going to bring some goofy ass deck that, you know, has a very high chance of just flaming out and getting destroyed, because you're playing like 14, 15 rounds of standard. You know, only the best decks can win consistently in that many, you know, matches. Anyway, so the reality is, yeah, most of the cards won't see play, and I know that's not fun, and I know a lot of players are, you know, they don't like to hear that, but that's the reality. You can't deny that that's true. It's I mean, if you don't believe me, you can look at every single set ever printed. Very few of the cards actually end up seeing competitive play. I mean, I'm not talking about years later in modern, some cards, you know, but some sets see more than others, of course, but a lot of sets are just yeah. I don't have, oh, I do have one blue. Guess I'll get another blue here. I like that. This thing gets bigger when they have creatures. I think I'm going to save my spell to double trigger the Wingblade Disciple here. But yeah, it sucks for people who like to brew new decks and stuff, because the reality is, you know, back in the day when the game was first kind of created, ooh, that's a problem. Okay. This is for every creature that ETBs, right? Back in the day, you know, the way the game was designed, it was, you were supposed to do that. You every time you went to your buddy's place to play, they got a couple new packs of cards, and now, ooh, there's some new stuff in their deck. They play a creature you've never seen before. Whoa. I mean, that was the 90s. That was pre-internet. Now, I mean, the internet has changed all that. Now, you've got tens of thousands of players, the hive mind of Magic, you know, all putting their best efforts toward making the best deck in the format. So the cream of the crop rises very quickly to the top. Okay. And you know, you have the metagame gets very, this is it. Like, these are the best decks. Like, if you think you're going to come out of nowhere with a deck that isn't one of these and do really well, you're either a genius deck builder like CFT Sock, or you're deluding yourself, right? Like, which is most people who show up. The two losses I took to rogue decks at the RC, both of them were, you know, dudes who, like, the Teamer Battle Crier guy thought he had broken it. He said he'd been working on the deck for a long time, and his friends all told him not to play that deck, and he did it, and he was 4-1. So he felt like, I proved them all wrong. And then he didn't make day 2 because he lost every other match he played after me. And that was it. Okay, let's go to blocks here. So I'm gonna kill one thing with Kintree here. Yeah, I can just block everything, I guess. Right. I'm at 17. I wouldn't mind keeping Boulderborn around. But he's probably gonna have to trade off, right? Okay. Trades these, I take one. Triggers. I'll take that. Don't need to play it as a creature here, but I have 6-7 mana. Actually, if I go get a land, I can just crack Dragon Brood's Relic, right? I can make black off of one of my creatures and just activate it. So maybe I will actually cycle this, get a land, and do that. Okay. Last card is, I know, some outliers, sure. 66, yeah, that guy. So did you hear us talk about that guy on the podcast? the dude who played that deck. It's kind of funny. I guess I'll pummel her. Sure. Reach flyer. Go. Yeah, that's a dude who Nithin or Nithin, whatever his name is. Yeah. That was the guy. Is this only as a sorcery? Yeah. Okay. Target. Okay, let's punch. And I'm not gonna crack it. I'm gonna play this. Pass. He's apparently been playing nothing but that deck on Magic Online for months and months and months, and they played in every single tournament. So, sure, I'll exile that. Okay, let's just kill my opponent here. It's gonna do this. Gain 6. Okay. Got him with the relic. Holy cow. And so he's, you know, imagine like how many tournaments this person has lost, and then they finally did pretty well at the RC. Yeah, they ended up getting whatever it was. But, you know, that deck is a literal like slot machine deck. Like that is the casino deck of the format. If you want to play a deck that just, it's random. It's literally random. The main combo of the deck, it's crazy. So is that deck going to sometimes do well? Sure, but a lot of times it's not, and that's usually what happens. That dude probably knows the deck better than anybody alive, and they still lose a lot, and they just happen to do well that time. So this is the funny thing. This is what keeps rogue deck builders. This is what fuels the hope. This is what fuels their passion, because they all think they see that kind of thing and they go, oh my god. Somebody at the last, Modern Pro Tour went 7-2 with Merfolk. So I knew it. Merfolk's good. I keep telling people Merfolk's good. I knew it. And it's like, no, it's not good. But the guy who did well, yeah, he played 9 rounds of a tournament, and he ended up having a positive record. But 9 rounds, compare that to a deck that played 350 rounds in that tournament. Like blue-red aggro played 280 something rounds of Magic, that archetype. The data is so much more telling when it's data that is huge sample size, right? When it's a small sample size, it doesn't tell you anything. It's just, the dude just could have ran well, ran into their bad matchup or good matchups and not missed all their bad matchups. But having a deck be like top of the metagame is a different story. That's doesn't happen often. Okay, I guess I'll play this. So it's skewed, and people see it and they get confused by the data, and they think decks are good when they're not, and it's like, that's why Frank Karsten, and now you see people make win matrices, and they always list on the side the number of matches played, and certain decks they'll say like these decks don't even consider these decks because they are, we have such a small sample size of games from them that, like the highest win rate in the last RC was something, or I don't know about Montreal, but the one in Hartford, it was like Rakdos aggro or something. And it was like, what? Because like 2 dudes played it out of like 1,300 players, and they happen to do okay. So it ends up giving the deck this crazy win rate. But, a deck that has a 67% win rate. Okay. Oh, not bad. Okay, so let's go Ring Strike. I shouldn't have played my land. What is this? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Pick up another land. Go. I'm going to Rakshasas on their end step here. And then I'm getting ready to slam Karakik Guardian. Karakik? So it's so, it's so misleading, and it feels bad. Like I feel like an asshole every time I say this kind of stuff to people. But that's the reality. It's just green, blue. Yeah, hell yeah, for 3. Okay, 2 in my hand. Rest in the graveyard. I think I like this guy and Wingblade here. Oh boy, we're gonna start doing gross shit here. Let's go Wingblade. The Twin Maw. Boom. Oh, our deck is nasty. Swing land? No. Put it in my graveyard? No, I'm good. Oh, very nice. God, I love that white dragon. So nice. 2 mana for 5 damage. That's an insane rate. It's me with Winter Misanthropic Guide. Yeah, exactly. And it sucks because, like, I remember as a little kid seeing cards that just never saw play, and I wanted to, like, make a story around them. I wanted to, like, put them in a deck and, like, have them be good and, like, do things with them. And I you know, and that's the beauty of the game, you know? Like, people are inspired. They see a card and they go, oh, man, I really want to try and make this good. Like, I know it's going to be tough, but, you know, and a lot of times the decks are good. They're functional. They do powerful things or whatever. Maybe they're not the most consistent, or maybe they don't have great mana or whatever it is. Sometimes they have drawbacks, but really the only time they fall short is when they're compared to the best decks in the format. Like the highest, like tier 1 decks in the format, most decks just fall short. So, you know, debating whether or not we're going to splash black in Omniscience combo is just like, there's no reason you would ever do that. It will make the deck worse basically no matter what you're putting in, because there's just nothing in the format that you could put in this new set, for example, that would, you know, make up for the fact that you're giving it this big hit to consistency or whatever. Like when it gets down to, like, you know, let's play 1,000 matches with this deck. What are the win rates against the other top decks? You'll see these rogue decks like Merfolk and, you know, the Teamer Saddleback guy that I've played against. Those kind of decks just will not be able to stand up to the format over a large data set, whatever. But you don't see that. You see one dude doing well because it's, you know, one dude, and that one dude could just get lucky in 9 matches. Like, you could just have half your matches go your way and have a great record. But that, you know, we got to be careful how we extrapolate that and say, like, does that mean it's a great deck in Standard? I don't think so. I need to see a deck perform well over multiple weeks and also make up a large proportion of the metagame. So, you know, at first, Azorius combo, people said that about Azorius, and I said, yeah, you're right. Like, I don't think it's a tier 1 deck yet, but it could be. My opponent's AFK. Thanks, Rubber Crutch. Class act. Yeah, Winter. Yep, I remember. Nice. And yo, Thorin, sorry I missed that. I see you, dude. How's life? What's new? We're getting ready for a 24-hour stream tomorrow, Thorent. Hopefully you join us for that. It's going to be silly. I'm going to go get some big beers. I'm doing a challenge. 24 hours? Can I get to Mythic from Bronze 4 in 24 hours? I'm going to do nothing but draft. As soon as the flag drops, as soon as that server's open, bam, we're drafting. I'm going to go right till they kick me off. And I'm going to need to, you know, people are like, oh, you should, you know, this is going to be really tough. You got to stay on your game. Fuck it. I'm drinking beer. Oh, yeah. Not this idiot. Gonna be here? Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So, oh, dude, it's gonna be great. In my Seoul time zone? Oh, you're in Seoul still, Doctor. I forgot. Yeah. I think we've spoken about this before, but yeah, I remember. The election. They just elected the liberal-leaning candidate, which is great for South Korea after the last candidate literally tried to usurp authority from, you know, the Supreme Court and everything else. Jaeger bombs. Nice. Don't do that, Nano. You know what? What's crazy? You probably could have Uber Eats deliver a Jaeger bomb to somebody in 2025. That is something that could probably happen. Is my opponent here again? You've got to be fucking kidding me. Look at this. My opponent has been here the whole time? What a douche. Or, I don't know. Okay, you know what? I'm going to assume they disconnected. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they just disconnected. I get to kill that static snare. That's fantastic. They disconnected, and that's all that happened. They're back. Okay, my bad. Or, I don't know. I'm assuming that's what that was. Otherwise, they are salty as shit. Mm-hmm. Sniper. Let's just do this. Snipe. I'm not gonna show him. Get wrecked. Nah, I'm good. Another Molten on top. Didn't even need all these Kara kicks. Oof. Our deck is filthy. The Dragon's ramp deck. Giving him the business. They did. The air quality got me by surprise. Yeah. Oh, wow. Yeah, dude. I can't even imagine. That is one of the reasons we left. My wife and I wanted to have kids at that point, and we were like, I just said, man, I can't imagine you walking around pregnant in this city, breathing in shit. And she's like, I could buy a mask. And it's like, yeah, but even the masks, they're not, like, they'll help, but they're not, you know, unless you're buying, like, a crazy one that's got, like, you know, I used to have one with filters and everything, but there was still, you know, you take it on, you put it off, like, I just don't even want to exist in that pollution, you know what I mean? Let alone my unborn child. So that was one of the reasons we moved back. We were just like, I'm like, I don't want to, you know. I felt bad for a lot of the kids I was teaching. My first 2 years in Korea, I was an English teacher, almost 2 years. And I remember seeing kids all the time. And, you know, you wonder why they're always, you know, kids are picking their nose and stuff. But in Korea, it felt like a lot of the kids would do that more than usual. And a lot of them had like skin rashes and stuff. And I always thought to myself, man, that is totally the pollution. You can see it, like, feel bad for them. Anyway, Korea, Seoul is just such a concrete jungle. It's not the best place to have kids. Let's just leave it at that. And that's why we left. You know what? I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have done this. I should have actually played my tap land here. Because I could have saved that to double spell off Disciple. That was kind of dumb. Error of Glory. Okay. It's not bad. Could pop the Bearer here. Bearer of Bad News. We got red. Should I leave up? Okay. Let's pass. I'll leave up the exhale here. I don't really want to trade, so I'll just take 2. Yeah. Yeah, the air quality. That was the main reason I left. And then you come to Vancouver, and god damn it, it's so expensive here, and you're just like, this is crazy. But I know what it's like not here, you know what I mean? I know what it's like to live in a place with a ton of pollution, so man, every day I go outside and walk Neo, and it's amazing. I'm just like, I'll pay for it. I will pay for this clean air and like just fresh smelling air and plants everywhere and just like, you know, on and on. Well, this is awkward. Now I really wish I had a basic plains in my deck, but I do not. Shit. Okay, kind of awkward. Maybe I should put a basic plains in here. Oops. Yeah. So you take those kind of things for granted, and then you leave. I took fresh air for granted for most of my life. I was 24, 25 when I moved to South Korea. And then I experienced what dirty air smells like, feels like, and oof. Nope. No thanks. Tradesies? Yeah, a little sad that I didn't put a basic plains in my deck, but whatever. I'm over it. I think. I hope. 30 years ahead of Montreal with the subway, CCTV, crime rate, etc. Well, yeah, in some ways, it's just in ways you don't notice it's worse. But like the subway is incredible. That I will give it. Korea has a better subway than Japan. It has a better subway system than China. It's got like, as far as I'm concerned, it's got one of the best in the world. The best I've taken the subway in many countries. Not just subway, but overground trains and just trains in general. And okay, I'll block. And yes, it is public transportation there is fantastic. The buses are much sketchier, but okay, this is nice. So I can go Relic into Shrine Keeper, make bird, punch. Okay, pretty nice. but the crime and stuff is bad. It just depends on who you are and where you live. Like, for example, the domestic abuse in Korea is through the roof. If you're a woman, you could be subjected to all kinds of violent crime and the police won't even do shit. I personally know women who were in abusive relationships who went to the police, filed a report and everything, and they didn't do anything about it. There was just another murder of a woman who it's starting to become such a huge thing that it's making news. Yeah, I'm gonna chump here. It's making the news. A lot of people are going, this is ridiculous. And even when I was there, it was the same thing. Women were just like, yeah, police won't do anything about domestic abuse. They came. One of my friends who's not Korean called the police when her boyfriend was attacking her or whatever in their place. The police showed up, said, "What's going on here? Oh, it's a domestic dispute. Okay, well, you handle like that's domestic disputes. They don't touch. That's just between men and women, and figure it out between you two. That's it." This kind of shit, it's crazy. Like, that kind of stuff is really bad. So certain crime, I mean, corporate crime is through the roof, right? White collar crime, there's tons of corruption, tons of bribery. I mean, look at the last, how many presidents? Impeached, in jail, almost went to jail. I think Roh Moo-hyun killed himself because he was being investigated for corruption. Like, it's just like, that's Korean. Hold on. I can crack this relic, right? No, not quite. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I make white, black. Oh, black and red are on the same goddamn land. Shit. I'm an idiot. Okay. That was dumb. Let's do that. Get the red. Okay, now I can crack it next turn. Not gonna attack. So yeah, the corporate crime and that kind of stuff, and like gender-based crime and stuff, hate crimes against gay people, like very homophobic country still. So those kind of things, they don't even get reported a lot of times. Like it's crazy still for that. But you're right, like street crime, like the number of assaults and of course things like that, murders and everything are lower than a lot of other countries with that many people. That's true. So I always felt very safe on the streets, but I'm a man, I have friends who are women who said they almost got dragged into a car that just drove up to them and dudes tried to pull them into a car. Happened to one of my friend's girlfriends in Itaewon, where we always used to go and party and everything. Oh, this sucks, dude. Am I chumping? I'm taking 8? Fucking hell. What is this even doing? Tap target creature and opponent controls? Oh, okay, that's what they did. Sure. When you cast your second spell, is that it? Sure. Okay, well, I get to activate Relic here. I have to tap one of my creatures to do it. Okay, let's crack and get a land here. And then 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I've got to tap one of my creatures. If I tap Pummeler, or I can still Ringing Strike here. I think I have to tap the... Yeah, leave up blue. Tap this. Kill that. I gain a bunch. And then let's tap down... this. Okay. No attacks. Eesh. 4/4 lifelink dragon here. Should be pretty good. Let's see if I can come back from this. Man, Relic's been great in this deck. I cracked it twice and I won the other games. I cracked it immediately, but this one might actually keep me alive here. Let's see. Yeah, Relic's sweet. Yeah, Relic, it depends on the deck. I mean, in a deck like this, where we're doing a bunch of colors and all that stuff, it ends up being pretty good. I didn't get any Dragonstorm Globes for this deck, which makes me sad, but who gives a shit? This is the midweek Magic nonsense that people who play aren't even really taking this seriously. But my deck did come together nicely here. Ooh, Pack Beasts. Can't double spell. Block. See if they have a pump spell. Looks like they do. Sure. Yeah, why wouldn't you do that? Okay. Oh, because I had to block first. Right. Okay. Not bad. Okay. What does this do? Blah, blah, blah. Let's just bounce pack beasts. Exhale this. Pass. Drawing 2 cards a turn. Okay, 19 to their 24. They could pay 6 to untap that pummeler and swing. I would wait if I were them. They could pay to untap it when I swing with Shrine Keeper, so I have to be a little bit careful here. If they leave up all their mana. But if they leave up all their mana, then I just don't attack, and what are they doing, right? I mean... Let's see. Sure. Okay, so they can't... Wow. They... Really? Gonna pump? Oh, creatures get +1/+1? Right. Okay. So, they get to eat one of my guys, I eat one of theirs, sure. Not great. Not great.
You look so
Okay. Hey, Chris, what's up? You're happy anyway? Dragon back Assault? Oh, nice. From this event. Oh, from this thing. Really? You got it as one of your styles. Sweet. How are you doing, Chris? Hopefully you're good as well. Whenever it attacks Surveil. I think I might have to leave this dude back. Pump the team. No, I'm still swinging. I shouldn't have played that dragon first. Exhale, baby. Do I kill the Bearer of Glory? I'm at 9. Wow, this is tough. I think I gotta kill that guy. Ripping the removal off the top like a champ. My opponent is on tilt right now. I mean, I'm drawing a lot of extra cards here, but they what? Is that the 4th Bearer of Glory? Dear God. Okay. Ooh. It's getting a little dicey here. I'm at 14 cards, about to go to 10. Not good. Not what I want to see. Oh boy. Okay. Swing. They're at 7. Oh, I forgot Boulderborn has Vigilance. What am I doing? Oops. Yeah, and I forgot about that too. Oops. Yeah, I should have swung with both there. That's my bad. Just finished the most recent story update for Limbus Company. So good. Oh yeah, you told me about this random game. Was this a gacha game or something you were talking about? Yeah, I think you told me about this. Word exhale makes me think of Exile. I know. It's similar enough that it's caught me off guard too. Yeah. Ten cards left. Yeah, it's gonna be great. Oh no, it's only us. No, it's not out for anybody except us. Only the people who were invited. It's not even on this game. This client, it doesn't exist on here yet. It's only on the private server that you have to get an invite from Wizards of the Coast to be able to join, and they've got your account set up for you already with all this gems and gold and all that shit. I don't think it carries over from block. I don't think it carries over from the previous early accesses. I don't think that's how it works, but I should have attacked for 3 last turn. I'm such an idiot. Oops. What are you gonna do about that? They can pump and block defensively here, I guess. Let's take a land out of our deck. Do we have one left? I don't know. If we do, I want it. I want it out. I have 2 lands left. I think one of them's a dual land, though, isn't it? Yeah, it's going to be great. So I'm doing a challenge, Crispy, this time. I don't know if you've been checking. I posted on Discord. I posted on Blue Sky. I even posted on Reddit in the Limited Resources subreddit and said, hey, does anybody think this is doable? I'm issuing myself a crazy challenge here. Is it possible? And it was great to see the discussion. I think most people aren't sure if it's possible or not. But it's going to be interesting. I think I can do it, but this set, the Final Fantasy set, might not. 5 Bearers of Glory? Dear God, dude. I think this set might be a little too slow to pull it off, but I'm going to try and go from, you know, Bronze 4 to Mythic, because we all start at the lowest possible rank on this new server. Try and go from the lowest rank to Mythic in one shot. I don't think anybody I've ever seen has been higher than Platinum. It's pretty nice. Oops, guess I win. Bonk. Oh, they can untap him? Oh, they can untap him. This is going to be so hilarious. My opponent's gonna tilt. Oh, my deck's gross. Alright, we go 3 easy wins there. That was not an easy win. I drew very nicely off the top, but I was drawing like so many cards a turn there. I was drawing 2 cards a turn for like 5 turns. Then I looked at the top 4, you know, took 2 spells. Then yeah. Nice. Okay. Great. All right. And that is going to be the stream today. We're stopping a little bit early because, again, I will be streaming a long time tomorrow. It's going to be a 24-hour stream from 10 a.m. Pacific time to 10 a.m. Pacific on Thursday. Final Fantasy the whole time. We're going to see how many drafts we can do in 24 hours. I'm going to see how high a rank I can achieve. I don't know the answer to either of those questions. Last time we got all the way up to high platinum, low diamond, I believe, in about 17 drafts, 16 drafts. And I was playing sealed, I was playing constructed. This is going to be nothing but draft from the moment it starts to the moment it ends. And I'm going to see how many I can get. You know, how many ranks I can go up. I want to see if I can get Mythic. I want to see what happens if you get Mythic, because I'm pretty sure in Limited, there are no other Mythic drafters. Like, nobody's going to be drafting that much that they're getting to Mythic. I'll be the only one. So I really, really want to do this. Even if I don't hit Mythic, I'm going to, you know, see how high I get, and then that's going to be the bar. Until I see somebody higher than that, we'll see. Anyway, it was good discussions online. People were telling me, a lot of people were just like, no, dude, you there's no way you're going to be able to do that. Other people are like, wow, this is going to be close. It depends on how many this and that and blah, blah, blah. And we're all talking about these different variables and factors, and it's pretty good. So let's give somebody some love here in the Magic community. Kami of Lucky Top Decks is not speaking English. Who do we have here? Let's give somebody else some love. Who speaks English? Not you. Not English. I've rated most of these other people. I'm trying to find somebody new who speaks English and is playing Arena. Pauper, no. Portuguese, Spanish. EDH. Good God. Okay, let's go right down to the bottom here. Oh, somebody else got an Elestrals thing. I've got this Elestrals box over here. You guys see that box? I'm going to open this stuff and play some Elestrals. I could do it on stream if you guys want to see that. I have no idea what it's like, but Magic mics. We've got some people recording a podcast here. Come on. Finding somebody I haven't rated before, and who has a cam. Quick MTG before gym. There we go. Somebody who likes to take care of themselves and play Magic Beautiful. Let's give him some love. Give him a follow. It's Fanatic Alvarez. I'm gonna spam, or I'm gonna post a message in their channel. DF16 squad incoming. I'm gonna put some emotes in there. Give them some love. Give them a follow, and it always feels awesome to get some follows and stuff off a raid. That's the message I'm gonna post in their channel. Give them some love, and I'll be back tomorrow. We're gonna be kicking this off bright and early at 10 a.m. It's gonna be silly. Thank you, Crispy. I appreciate it. Helena, Lupius, I'm going to be trying to go from bronze to mythic in one stream, basically. 1 24-hour stretch, you know, because I have unlimited gems. It's a perfect 24 hours, you know, that the server is going to be up. So it's just everything it's a perfect petri dish to try this experiment. Can we get to mythic from bronze? How many drafts will it take? Let's set the absolute. This is going to be the bar. You know, for other streamers, they do their bronze to mythic thing. They can spend as long as they want. But to turbo mode it, this is it. I want to see if I can do it. I don't know if we will. I hope you join me for it either way. But thank you guys. Take care if I don't see you tomorrow. Otherwise, get ready. Peace.